Order.
Heavenly Father, I pray for our speakers today, our elected members here today. I pray for our elders, our people back home in our communities. I pray for the younger generation to continue guide them and give them strength. Apagput kalang minakuro kahit sigluda ukota okaktot at tinakparak puto mani. Ikan nakuron mik isu marti mika kahit silugit habakti would ovani mani government me. Utokana badlua nutaka badlua munakiluit I'm loving me. Jesus apere ben amen.
Please be seated. I'd like to thank Elder Judy Samo for the opening prayer. Minister statement. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, increasing Indigenous representation in the public service has been a goal of the Legislative Assembly for over 30 years. Guided by our commitment to reconciliation, the Government of the Northwest Territories has taken a whole-of-government approach to addressing barriers to recruitment and retention by challenging the status quo, uplifting Indigenous voices, and advancing the implementation of the Indigenous Recruitment and Retention Framework and Action Plan launched in 2021. Over the past 4 years, the Government of the Northwest Territories has made meaningful progress in implementing the Indigenous Recruitment and Retention Framework Action Plan. Departments have advanced this work through their Indigenous employment plans, which set out concrete measures to increase, develop, and maintain Indigenous employees. Today, I would like to highlight some of the progress that the Department of Finance and all GNWT departments have made in strengthening their representation since the launch of the Framework and Action Plan. Mr. Speaker, we are improving recruitment practices through the launch of the Job Description Review Guide to help departments set appropriate positional education and experience requirement and include Indigenous cultural and social factors as part of job descriptions. From September 1st, 2022 to December 8th of 2025, over 3,400 positions have been reviewed for the Indigenous Recruitment and Retention Framework Action Plan compliance by the Job Evaluation Unit within Human Resources. This is ensuring that job descriptions, again, accurately reflect the minimum education and experience for people to be successful in their positions. The Department of Finance has also launched mandatory training for managers on the staffing and recruitment programs. And Mr. Speaker, through the launch of Mitigating Unconscious Bias training, we are again ensuring Indigenous representation on Indigenous representation on selection committees within the recruitment process. Indigenous applicants now have the option to request representation on their selection committee, helping to enhance cultural competency, reduce bias, promote cultural safety throughout the hiring process. The department has also launched the establishment of an Indigenous eligibility list for all pre-qualified Indigenous candidates and allowing applications to be reviewed for future vacancies before positions are opened to competition. Mr. Speaker, we are strongly focused on supporting Indigenous employees. We've also completed our review of the Leadership Development Program to ensure alignment within the Indigenous Recruitment Retention Framework. The program now incorporates strengthened Indigenous perspectives through collaboration with Northern employers, the Indigenous Employee Advisory Committee, and community partners. Supporting altogether the framework's focus on removing barriers and embedding cultural relevance. There is an on-the-land learning component that further enhances culturally grounded leadership development consistent with the goals and values of the framework. Over the past 3 years, the Indigenous Development Training Program, Indigenous Career Gateway Program, and Building Capacity with Indigenous Governments have all been fully subscribed. Additionally, we've created now a Career Pathways Advisor position in 2025 to support Indigenous employees in identifying career pathways and achieving their career goals within the public service. Mr. Speaker, we are also pleased to announce the official launch of the Indigenous Mentorship Program. This is a 9-month initiative designed to support Indigenous employees through meaningful mentorship relationships with Indigenous mentors. Participants in the pilot cohort will commit approximately 2 hours per month to their mentor-mentee relationship. And while the pilot will include a small cohort of participants for now, mentorship resources and matching supports will be available to all Indigenous employees across the public service. And I was recently pleased to meet with one of these teams during a mentor-mentee meeting that fell on a day when the senior mentor had meetings here with their minister at the Legislative Assembly. Mr. Speaker, we are also committed to supporting the health and well-being of our employees. This year, the GNWT introduced a new employee assistance program, Green Shield Plus, which has an enhanced focus on Indigenous health and wellness. Through a partnership with Nujumu Health, an Indigenous-owned Canadian organization that provides culturally safe, supports Indigenous employees and their families have access to virtual mental health services exclusively for Indigenous people. All of these many initiatives and actions are also helping us strengthen our own accountability. We have implemented annual performance expectations for deputies that hold them accountable for their annual Department Indigenous Employment Plan targets. We have launched the GNWT-wide Succession Planning Guide to align with the goal of increasing Indigenous representation in this public service. An exit interview process is being launched on April 1st of 2026. The Department of Finance maintains continuous collaboration with the Indigenous Employee Advisory Committee on all human resource initiatives. And Mr. Speaker, this is not an exhaustive list of the work being done. It is a snapshot of key initiatives. I do want to thank every department and agency for their continued attention and efforts related to Indigenous recruitment and retention. In many cases, GNWT departments have not only met but exceeded their targets. All departmental Indigenous employment plans are publicly available on the Department of Finance's website. I would encourage people to review the progress being made and upcoming actions that our departments are set to achieve. Our shared goal, Mr. Speaker, is to foster a culturally safe and inclusive public service where Indigenous people can pursue and maintain and sustain meaningful employment. These values and these efforts benefit not only Indigenous employees, they benefit our current and future employees as a whole, the whole of the public service as a workplace, and the people across the Northwest Territories who we serve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member statements. Member for Minister of Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, residents across the Northwest Territory depend on a health and social service system that's steady, responsive, and able to adapt under pressure. In recent years, our system has indeed faced significant pressures, which is a key factor in my decision to appoint a public administrator to lead the Northwest Territories Health and Social Service Authority just over a year ago. His role is to help guide the authority through this period of transition and support the system as it responds to these pressures. Today, in light of recent concerns raised by members of this House about the pace and direction of the work being led by the public administrator, I want to provide a clear update on the progress underway, the challenges that have affected some timelines, and the priorities for the year ahead. A major focus of the public administrator's work plan has been strengthening relationships with communities, regional wellness councils, and partners across the system throughout 2025. He and the Northwest Territories Health and Social Services Authority met with residents, practitioners, and community representatives in every region. These conversations continue to identify local challenges, support community-driven solutions, and shape priorities for improving access to care for smaller communities and Indigenous residents. Mr. Speaker, the work to improve access to care in the Detroit region is one example of this partnership in action. Staff and community partners are collaborating to enhance local services and support care closer to home. Early results of this work include stronger service delivery for remote communities through increased staff training, a hybrid remote and on-site nurse practitioner model, and select point-of-care testing. Lessons from this work are informing planning in other regions, and I will support future community-focused service models. In addition, the Northwest Territories Health and Social Services has advanced improvement and primary care operations. Targeted projects are supporting progress in areas such as diabetes care and scheduling for community health nurse appointments. The 52 and 52 initiative continues to encourage frontline staff to identify small but meaningful improvements each week that enhance access to care and improve the patient experience. Work is also underway to reduce administrative burdens the Health Authority has begun testing new technology tools that help primary care providers complete their notes more quickly so they can spend more time with patients. Staff have been clear that administrative paperwork is a challenge, and Micah AI Scribe is a practical solution being piloted and evaluated to support them. The Northwest Territories Health and Social Service Authority has also been focused on building leadership capacity within their own governance structure as they prepare to transition away from a public administrator-led model. This includes training, mentorship, and strategic planning sessions. The organizational review completed last year provided recommendations to clarify roles, strengthening decision-making, and improving alignment across programs. These findings are guiding changes using existing resources in areas such as correctional health services, dietitian services, and adult services, with implementation planned for the coming fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, some of the initiatives have required adjusted timelines. Work on people strategy progressed well last year. However, it identified issues extending beyond the health authority's mandate and required a government-wide response. As the scope expanded, additional coordination became necessary, and that work continues. Wildfire activity in 2025 also delayed planned engagement in the Dehcho region, and some reporting tools required additional time to ensure accuracy and consistency of data. Mr. Speaker, while we have experienced delays in some areas, we understand the importance of reporting on progress. That's why regular progress updates are publicly available, and quarterly work plan updates will continue to be posted on the Northwest Territories Health and Social Services Authority's governance webpage. Briefings have been and will continue to be provided to members and to partners like the Northwest Territories Medical Association. Monthly updates are shared with Regional Wellness Council chairs, with staff, and with the public. A performance indicator dashboard was launched in November 2025 on Northwest Territories Health and Social Services Authority website, providing residents with easy access to information on key areas of service delivery. In addition to public accountability, financial sustainability also remains a priority. The first phase of the budget review was completed in April 2025, and the Health Authority is working with the Health System Sustainability Unit to address the main drivers of this deficit. Mr. Speaker, while significant work remains to ensure the long-term financial sustainability of our system, it is important to recognize the progress. In 2024-2025, the Authority's year-end deficit was reduced by $34 million compared to what it had been budgeted. In the current fiscal year, targeted spending reductions have decreased the operational-related deficit by approximately $8 million. These improvements demonstrate meaningful progress in stabilizing the system while maintaining essential services. Looking ahead, Mr. Speaker, the Northwest Territories Health and Social Services Authority is preparing for another important year of transition. In 2026, our work will focus on improving the medical travel experience, reviewing access to primary care in Yellowknife, strengthening risk management, and simplifying key processes. The public administrator will continue his engagement on health equity and will focus on supporting staff throughout the organizational changes underway. He will also continue working with me to develop options for a future governance model. Mr. Speaker, the progress made over the past year reflects the dedication of staff, community partners, and leaders across the system. Their efforts have strengthened the foundation for the year ahead and will support a more sustainable, responsive system for residents. As we move through this transitional year, we will continue to focus on improving access to care, supporting staff, and working closely with communities, Indigenous partners, and members of this House. Our goal remains clear: to build a system that supports healthy people in healthy communities, and that better meets the needs of residents today and into the future. Kuenaini, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Minister statements. Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the successful conclusion of the 60th Annual General Meeting of the Northwest Territories Association of Communities held February 25th to 28th here in Yellowknife. This milestone gathering brought together mayors, chiefs, and community leaders across 33 communities. For 6 decades, the NWTAC has served as a unified voice for community governments, and this anniversary was both a celebration of that history and a clear look forward to the future. The annual general meeting began with the Mayor and Chiefs Boot Camp, providing dedicated leadership development for newly elected and returning leaders. Professional development sessions sponsored by the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs created opportunities for skill building and collaboration. Interactive sessions throughout the conference allowed delegates to share, participate in solutions that challenges communities across the North. This year's theme, Strengthening Our Communities, focused on resilience and sustainable growth. Delegates engaged in important discussions about infrastructure funding gap, climate change adaptation, emergency preparedness, and community wellness. These conversations reflect the realities our community governments face every day, from protecting critical infrastructure to supporting healthy, safe, and vibrant communities. Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to participate in a cabinet session on Saturday afternoon, formerly known as the Bear Pit, which provides an opportunity for direct dialogue between community leaders and members of the Executive Council. These conversations strengthen our shared understanding and reinforce our commitment of partnership. I was also honored to attend the closing banquet and award ceremony, where we celebrated exceptional leadership and dedication of individuals and communities across the Northwest Territories. The resolutions adopted during this AGM provided clear direction for the year ahead. As Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs, I'm committed to working alongside the NWTAC and our federal counterparts to ensure community governments have the tools, resources, and supports they need to succeed. Mr. Speaker, the strength of the Northwest Territories lies in its communities. I extend my sincere thanks to the NWTAC Board of Directors, staff, sponsors, and all the delegates for organizing a successful and forward-looking 60th Annual General Meeting. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister, Municipal and Community Affairs. Minister statements. Mr. Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for Cam Lake, Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment, will be absent from the House today to attend the Prospectors and Developers Association of Canada's conference in Toronto, Ontario. As well, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for Tabacha, Minister of Justice, and the Honourable Member for Hay River South, Minister of Infrastructure, will be absent from the House for a portion of today's proceedings to meet with the Federal Minister of Public Safety here in Yellowknife. Thank you.
Premier. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member statement. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, over the last few years in Yellowknife, we've seen security guards pop up everywhere. They're at the mall, the grocery store, apartment buildings, the day shelter, at hotels, and accommodations for medical travel patients. In the NWT, a security guard is a low-wage job that doesn't necessarily require any particular education or training. And like most of our low-wage jobs, they're often filled by recent immigrants, and guards often find themselves interacting with Indigenous residents. They might carry pepper spray, batons, handcuffs, and be directed to make citizens' arrests without necessarily being trained in the law. It sets everyone up, including the guards, for dangerous situations. Last November, a security guard at the Yellowknife Library was seen to hit and shove a man to the ground. The private security firm did its own internal review, but we don't know the results and may never know. Then in January, security guards contracted by Northview threw an Indigenous elder down some stairs. Those guards were fired and are supposed to appear in court today to face assault charges. Neither of those outcomes represents proper accountability. We need to make sure these kinds of incidents can't happen again. That will require the GNWT to establish legislation to regulate private security, like every other jurisdiction in Canada does, aside from Nunavut. Regulation would set standards, limits on weapons that could be used. It would stop someone from, for example, acting as a peace officer in their day job and moonlighting as private security. Citizens could launch complaints to a registrar, which could revoke a license for either an individual guard or a security company. In the meantime, a policy can be set to ensure that any security services contracted by the GNWT or Housing NWT meet a certain standard, including training and direction on the use of force. The contracts should mandate trauma-informed training, cross-cultural awareness, and de-escalation techniques. But ultimately, it's regulation that will help businesses who rely on private security by standardizing the industry and providing recourse for businesses when security firms are not delivering services appropriately. Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
The member from Yellowknife North. The member from Yellowknife North is seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Seeing no nays, you may conclude your statement.
Mr. Speaker, while we might be considered frontier country in the Canadian imagination, we do not want to be an actual Wild West where people are running around in uniforms, taking the law into their own hands. And at the appropriate time, I will have questions for the Premier and Justice Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member from Great Slave.
Mr. Speaker, the Standing Committee on Social Development discussed the topic of rent scales and rent control in Committee Report 29-20(1). But due to the complexity and contentiousness of the feedback that they received, chose not to make any recommendations. Instead, they stated that consideration of these topics should fall to any future reviews the GMWT undertakes on the Residential Tenancies Act. The Minister of Justice has noted publicly that in the 17th Assembly, when rent caps were last discussed under the Act, that the Assembly rejected these measures as not being fit for purpose. As this topic is brought to me by my constituents on a regular basis, and I do have several rental buildings in my riding, I reached out to the Minister directly. He let me know that the department does not intend to make a recommendation on rent caps or control, but investigate it further in the 21st with possible amendments to the Act. One issue I hope that the Minister will be considering in his review, as it is ongoing right now, as it dovetails with public safety legislation, is the safety and state of repair of rental units and complexes. There are numerous concerns with the ongoing state of some rentals in my riding, some reported on recently by local media. I'm concerned that there are many buildings in contravention of Section 30 of the Act, which outlines landlord obligations to keep units and residential complexes in good repair. I am often copied on emails from frustrated constituents that nothing is being done to solve or address these problems. My office often sends folks with questions to the NWT rental office, but it is not clear what resolution, if any, takes place. While I agree that public housing rentals should be an asset of Housing NWT that can be maintained and managed publicly, and I am glad that a mixture of units are being slated to include social housing and transitional housing with additional supports, I am concerned that when public housing tenants begin to exit private rentals in greater numbers, that the disrepair will multiply and gentrification will take hold. Raising rents and compounding affordability concerns for my constituents will once again lend itself to amplifying calls for rent caps and rent control, which may or may not be the best solution for the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time, I'll have the questions from Minister of Justice. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Great Slave. Member statements. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I would like to express my concerns regarding the current shift towards regional sports tryouts and the unintended disadvantage this system creates for many community athletes. While regional tryouts may aim to broaden competition and identify talent across a larger geographic area, they also introduce significant barriers for families and athletes within smaller and remote communities. Travel requirements, associated costs, time commitments, and logistical challenges prevent many deserving athletes from even having the opportunity to participate. As a result, talented and dedicated community players are being excluded, not because of ability, but because of circumstances. Mr. Speaker, community-based tryouts, on the other hand, promote accessibility and comprehensiveness. They allow athletes to compete within their own region without placing additional financial or travel burdens on families. Local evaluations also encourage stronger community engagement, foster athlete development at the grassroots level, and ensure that participation is based on merit rather than access to transportation or financial resources. Mr. Speaker, there was a time when athletes from the small and remote communities felt the excitement about the Arctic Winter Games tryouts because they were eager to showcase their potential. That is not the case any longer. The athletes feel this is a Yellowknife representation and feel it is not worth to even put their names forth to represent the NWT. I can recall teams from smaller communities represented Team NWT and brought home medals. For families, attending regional tryouts requires significant expenses, including transportation, accommodations, meals, and times away from work. In northern and rural areas, especially, these barriers are amplified. The reality is that when participation depends on the ability to travel, equal opportunity no longer exists. Mr. Speaker, sport should be an avenue for growth, teamwork, and fair competition. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Member from Mackenzie Delta is seeking unanimous consent to conclude his statement. Seeing none, member may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, sports should not be an avenue for growth, should be an avenue for growth, teamwork, and fair competition. A system that unintentionally excludes capable athletes undermines those values. I respectfully urge consideration of a more balanced approach, whether through reinstating community-level tryouts, offering multiple regional locations, or providing financial and travel support to ensure equal access for all athletes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Mackenzie Delta. Member statements. Member from Tunde-Willity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, the Northwest Territories Ombudsman issued a special report entitled Ineligible for Public Service, Fairness in Rehiring. The report examined the Government of Northwest Territories' practices of barring certain employees from reapplying to the public service. The report found that this practice has never been considered through an equity lens, despite the major consequences that these bans have for Northerners, particularly those in small communities, where the territorial government is one of many, very few employees. At the time, half of those banned were Indigenous, meaning the practices of disproportionately affected Inuit, Métis, and First Nation people. Despite ongoing efforts to open the public service to Indigenous employees, a goal yet to be properly realized. The Ombudsman found no mechanism to review such decisions, and very little was recorded to justify them. Many employees were never informed that they had been placed on the list. Some departments could not determine who was on the list, why, or for how long due to inconsistent documentation. Many constituents come to my office disputing decisions that led to their termination. When workplace suffers from conflict, management always has the advantage. So it's unsurprising that almost internal appeals are upheld, leaving employees with few options for recourse. With these decisions determined by internal discretion and shrouded in secrecy, many wonder whether they have ever truly unbanned, and this effectively functions as a cross-department territorial blacklist. The Ombudsman recommended in 2024 that these bans are halted until a lawful authorized by the Minister or Public Service Act. Yet, as of the last week, people are still being notified that they have been barred from working in the public service for years. Mr. Speaker, this is another example of territorial government that is not only fails to design policies that serve our people, but also struggle to hire them to administer their own services. I will have the questions for the Minister of Finance later today, whether banning Indigenous people from government employment is consistent with her stated goal for increasing Indigenous representation in public service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Tunde-Willity. Member statement. Member from the Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci. Today I would like to speak about urgent and growing concern that touches far too many families across the Northwest Territories. The critical need for accessible and consistent foot care services for residents living with diabetes. Diabetes is lived every day by our elders, our parents, our young people. National data tells us that 3.9 million people in Canada, about 9.7% of the population, are living with diagnosed diabetes, and the numbers continue to grow year after year. We also know that diabetes remains a significant chronic health concern here in the NWT. Mr. Speaker, complications from diabetes, including lower limb amputations, continue to place a heavy burden on people and on the health system. These are not just medical complications, they are life-altering experiences that affect mobility, independence, and well-being. One of the most serious yet preventable complications is foot disease. Without timely care, nerve damage and poor circulation can lead to infections, ulcers, and in worst cases, amputations. Regular professional foot care can prevent this, but many of our smaller and remote communities still don't have reliable access to this essential service. Mr. Speaker, this is about fairness, it is about dignity, it is about giving our residents the care they need to stay healthy and to stay home in their communities. Early intervention and regular monitoring are proven to reduce hospitalizations and long-term complications. My constituents need regular diabetic foot care, and investing in accessible diabetic foot care today will save lives, reduce future health costs, and support healthier outcomes for families in my riding and in the Northwest Territories. I will have questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services at the appropriate time. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from the Date Show. Member statement, member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is severely challenged with timelines related to developing legislation, reviewing it, and bringing it into force. Over the first 2 years of this Assembly, it has become apparent to me that this is a significant systemic problem we need to turn our attention to. I will cite some recent examples to illustrate the point. The process of development and approval of the Forest Act spanned 2 assemblies, with the 18th Assembly citing the tremendous strain caused by a pileup of legislation at the end of their term and passing the Act on to the 19th Assembly. Despite the process being largely complete when they received it, the 19th Assembly still took 4 years to redevelop and finally pass the Forest Act in 2023, which I would note has not come into force as of 2026. Mr. Speaker, it has been 7 years since the Public Land Act received assent, and regulations bringing into force are still in development. The Mineral Resources Act was passed in 2019, and according to the current schedule, regulations bringing it into force will happen in 2027, 8 years since the Act received assent. While the previous examples are large and complex bills, even smaller, targeted issues require significant timelines. For example, after a number of years of advocacy by various groups, the government agreed to make targeted amendments to the Waters Act to respond in a timely way to the most pressing issues with that outdated piece of legislation. And that process is set to take us close to the end of the term of this Assembly. Mr. Speaker, the extensive timelines I have cited are severely hampering our government's ability to respond to current issues and the needs of stakeholders in a timely manner. When a government is not responsive to the needs of the public and stakeholders, they increasingly lose faith in the institution. People either seek to bypass government process entirely, or they increasingly see the NWT as a place that isn't welcoming to innovation or business. Mr. Speaker, the theme of this sitting has been meeting the moment. To do so, we have to look within and figure out how we can prioritize public need over process and figure out what can be changed on both sides of this House to improve our legislative timelines. I'll have more to say on this subject later, and my first round of questions on this matter later today. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Frame Lake. Member statement. Member from Inuvik-Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my member statement from February 2025, I spoke about our energy strategy, and its primary focus at the time had been solely focused on renewable. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, we are still heavily dependent on diesel, LNG, and other non-renewable options in our northern regions. Given the Inuvialu Regional Corporation's M18 project is now fully funded and well underway, engaging with the significant discovery license holders in the Beaufort Delta must be a priority for this government. I often spoke in this House about the 2021 MD-LNG report that clearly states it's technically and financially feasible to develop and export LNG from the Beaufort Delta. What we need now, Mr. Speaker, is a plan. How are we supporting energy? And just as importantly, looking to lower costs for our residents. We have spent millions on green energy initiatives. I understand the need to do our part to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but again, I don't see an overarching plan that integrates those initiatives into our existing non-renewable energy grids. Nor have I seen an analysis of what it means for the residents who are not able to take advantage of green energy. What cost will that be to them, Mr. Speaker? As I've said before, I fully support a working group solution for my region, working with Indigenous governments, community leaders, and our government to find the potential solutions that will attract industry back to the Beaufort Delta, to signal to the federal government that we are open for business and that the North can be an economic engine and a have territory that can pull our weight on the national economy. As we have said in this House, it's about meeting the moment, Mr. Speaker, and the moment is upon us. Build using the natural resources we have. Let's build it. Let's be the economic engine that can power our territory for many years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Nunavut Lake. Member statement. Member from Range Lake.
Mr. Speaker, few workplaces are as unpredictable as a hospital emergency department. Dedicated frontline doctors and nurses begin every shift not knowing what challenges the day may bring. This is especially true at Stanton, where the emergency department has become the mainstay for so many Northerners who have nowhere else to turn for medical care. This emergency room serves everyone, from workers injured on the job, to families who have nowhere else to bring their sick kids, to the most vulnerable who deal with drugs and violence on our streets. That is why Stanton must remain a safe haven of care for all, not only for patients, but for staff as well. Northerners know crime has reached a deplorable state here in Yellowknife, now spilling into too many corners of our community. Violence and intimidation are unacceptable on our streets, in our businesses, and especially within our public services, such as hospitals. Staff deserve safe workplaces, and all Northerners must feel safe when seeking care. This month last year, there were 2 serious violent reported instances at Stanton. An individual was apprehended in the hospital in a hostile state, triggering a code white, and just days later, the man was charged after threatening a security officer with a firearm. Later that year, another individual was arrested after pointing a handgun at security after repeated altercations. Now, just a few weeks ago, after a man pulled a knife on staff at Dollarama here in Yellowknife, he fled on foot to the hospital where he was subdued and apprehended. This incident continues the concerning trend of violent events increasingly finding their way to our hospital. At our town hall last month, the member for Yellowknife Centre and I heard constituents share stories of going to the emergency room late at night only to find themselves caught between security staff confronting violent individuals, sometimes with weapons present. Mr. Speaker, our emergency department often deals with disorder and disagreement, but as weapons become increasingly common in the North, any encounter with a person in a hostile state can be dangerous. Frontline staff don't want to take unnecessary risks, and they shouldn't have to. It's time for this minister to support our frontline workers because the measures currently in place simply aren't enough to keep them safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Range Lake. Member statements. Member from Mophly.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, di Clicho Wayo on.
I'm talking about the people on behalf of the Clinchon, Wakwati, Gumiti, and also in Yellowknife as well. And also it's called the North Slave region. We have a lot of people here in Yellowknife.
North Slave Administrative Region has a larger population than all the other regions combined. However, that population is not evenly distributed. More than 21,000 people live in Yellowknife, while just over 3,000 live across the 4 Klitschko communities. No other administrative region in the territory has such a significant population imbalance. That imbalance has real implications. Yellowknife is an urban center with concentrated services and infrastructure. The Klitschko communities are rural and face distinct housing pressures, income challenges, social and educational needs. When communities with such different realities are grouped into a region dominated by Yellowknife populations, those differences are overshadowed. As a result, financial and performance reporting for the North Slave region is heavily weighted towards Yellowknife, making it difficult to assess and report on the circumstances of Klitschko communities. Management decisions and regional priorities are also influenced by that same population imbalance. Mr. Speaker, I have raised this matter before, requesting a separate and distinct Klitschko administrative region. To date, it is unclear to me what is preventing this from moving forward. The issue is clear. The difference between Yellowknife and the Klitschko communities are not in dispute. The desire to establish a separate administrative region has been expressed clearly and consistently. My constituents has asked for it. Klitschko leadership has asked for it. I have asked for it on the floor of this House. Mr. Speaker, what I am asking is straightforward. The creation of a separate and distinct Klitschko administrative region will require effort and coordination on the part of government. That work may not be simple, but it is necessary to ensure that the needs of Klitschko communities are properly reflected and supported. What is needed now is a clear commitment to move forward so that this work can begin. Mr. Speaker, I will have a question for Minister of Finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Member from Moultrie. Member statements. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Electoral Boundaries Commission for producing their final report. It's a relentless task. They had to walk a tightrope, and certainly I admired the work they did. Their mission was very important. It looked at different types of dynamics of population, cultural, community interests, land claims, other types of regional concerns from size of communities, and even including languages, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we consider different type of dynamics, that tightrope I mentioned that they had to walk, I mean, it would be easy to say we have this many people divided by this many MLAs and there's the outcome. But it's much, much more complicated than that. And hence we get to what's called relative parity, trying to find a path that balances certain interests, whether it's language, community, etc., bring them together in a harmonious way. And harmonious doesn't always mean exactly the same amount of people, but in representation has to be fair. And that's the key. Not only effective, but to fair and to feel fair. Our democratic process, the way we do it, is we recognize diversity as a strength, certainly not as something to wield a power, but a sense of how do we embrace and grow stronger. Our Electoral Boundaries Commission, again, tried their best, and I think they rose to the occasion of that demand. Mr. Speaker, the democratic process, as they point out in their report, is worth the investment. And I would say it would be a mistake to think past it. We could get caught up quickly and say, well, there's too many MLAs now, or more would be bad. But other regions, such as the Yukon and the Nunavut Territory, have larger legislatures than we do, and they find a way to do it. Mr. Speaker, democracy matters, and we must get there. If we worked on strict voting fairness, Mr. Speaker, and I'm saying just the raw data, if we want to treat every community like Yellowknife, let's just say, for example, Inuvik and Hay River, they would only have one MLA if you followed the standard deviation. Their populations fit exactly into one riding of Yellowknife. But yet, so when we hear people vote saying Yellowknife's getting too many, I think it's a mistake. I think we have to ask ourselves, where can we balance the fairness? Mr. Speaker, the report commission was clear and very articulate. They do not recommend status quo. Status quo is a dangerous path to take. Currently, right now, I'm going to say before the House, there is recommendations, basically follow their 22, which they unanimously say this is the way to go. I'd say if this House does not find a way to support the final recommendation of the Commission, I say all future Commission reports are binding, and put it upon the Assembly to take the issue with it to court and let the public pay that way rather than putting it on the citizens as individuals or communities to rise to those occasions. Mr. Speaker, let the data speak for itself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member from Yellowknife Centre. Member statements. Colleagues, today I realize that I'm doing a little bit late, but I'm recognizing a tremendous community effort behind the first annual New Year's Eve celebration in Fort Simpson. A truly heartwarming example of what happens when residents come together to create joy and connect for families. This initiative began in mid-October, where a group of local mothers met to discuss ways to bring happiness to their children during the holiday season. Their first project was Pumpkin Lane, which gathered over 100 pumpkins for a family carving night hosted by the Open Door Society, with pumpkins donated by the Union of Northern Workers. The event also included a carving day at the Littleco Regional High School. A group of volunteers then worked to display and light the pumpkins for 3 evenings after Halloween, bringing magic to the community. Following that success, the same group met again to plan something special for New Year's Eve. Inspired by Joyce McLeod, event in Fort Providence, driven by the dedication of Shauna McLeod and Don Bell, the idea came to life on December 31st. The day featured family games, prizes, food, and community donations, followed by a chili contest, fireworks, and a drum dance to usher in 2026. At midnight, balloons dropped with the $400 inside, adding extra excitement to the celebration. I had the pleasure of participating in several of the family games and got to watch the fireworks. Unfortunately, I did not make it to the balloon drop as the fresh air and excitement tuckered me out. College, this event was made possible through extraordinary volunteerism, local business support, and countless hours of preparation. The names of those who contributed have been provided, and I ask that they be deemed as read and included in answer. Fort Simpson's first annual New Year's Eve celebration truly showcased the spirit, generosity, and unity of the community. I'd like to thank everyone for these amazing family activities on New Year's Eve. Member statements. Member statements. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. I'm going to start first because I got a little bit of a long list. First of all, I'd like to recognize Mr. David Jones, the Integrity Commissioner. Welcome back. We look forward to meeting with you. As well, I'd like to recognize some special guests up in our gallery today, the participants the 2026 Ontario Legislative Assembly Interim Program participants. Some of you had the opportunity to meet with them, and these are amazing, pretty amazing young people that have an opportunity to come here and see our work, see our government at work, and how consensus government works. So I'd like to recognize them. And I apologize, I've already apologized to them at lunchtime that I may get their name wrong, and for that I apologize. The people up in the gallery, David Landry, Bianca Morelli, Emily Shee, Kina Cavero, right on, Geneva Folina, Nora Akrowi, there we go, Ev Perry, Julia Yukbuki Chi, Kate Sheikha Suntan Karen. I blew that one, yeah, sorry. And Tanzima Kane. We welcome to our assembly and hope you are enjoying yourself, taking in the sights that our beautiful territories have to offer and learning new ways and better ways of doing things along the way. You're more than welcome here. Thank you. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too wish to welcome all the Ontario interns. I especially want to wish a warm welcome to Rob Ashton, NDP leadership candidate, and Sarah Jane Dempster, President of the Northern Territories Federation of Labour. Thank you for visiting us today, and enjoy the proceedings. Thank you.
Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitor gallery. Member from the Deitcho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize as well the Ontario interns. Welcome. And Mr. David Jones, as well as my new CA, Julie Landry. And some of my constituents, Jacinda Bonrouge, Genevieve Canadian, Jacob Koza, and my sister-in-law, Marilyn Bonrouge. It's her birthday today. Happy birthday, Marilyn. Welcome.
Thank you, member for the date show. Happy birthday, young lady. 21? 22? Oh, 22, okay. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in gallery. If we missed anyone in the gallery today, welcome to your gallery. Thanks to you, we get 19 of us get to represent the people in Northwest Territories for 4 years, and we're past halfway through. I hope you are enjoying the proceedings. It's always nice to see people in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Reports and committee of the review of bills. Member for Mopley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your committee would like to report on its consideration of Bill 34, Trespass to Property Act. Bill 34 received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on October 31st, 2025, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. The committee held public hearings in Yellowknife and Hay River and received 4 written submissions on this bill. The committee also met with the Hay River Health Community Committee. The committee carefully considered the feedback received throughout the review process and in response proposed 9 amendments to Bill 34, all of which were concurred with by the Minister of Justice at the clause-by-clause review on February 25th, 2026. Mr. Speaker, the committee reports that Bill 34, Trespass to Property Act, is ready for considerations in Committee of the Whole as amended and reprinted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Mophie. Bill 34 stands referred to the Committee of the Whole. Reports of the Committee on the Review of Bills, reports on the Committee Review of Bills, reports on Standing and Special Committee. Member for Mophie.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Mackenzie Delta, that Committee Report 37-20(1), Standing Committee on Social Development Report on Bill 34, Trespass to Property Act, be received by the Assembly and referred to Committee of the Whole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To member from Mophie. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. All those abstaining, please raise your hand. Motion is carried. Committee's report 34 has been received and adopted by the Assembly. Member from Mophie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Social Development is pleased to provide its report on Bill 34, Trespass to Property Act, and commence it to the House. Standing Committee on Social Development report on Bill 34, Trespass to Property Act. Introduction and background. Mr. Speaker, Bill 34, Trespass to Property Act, seeks to address significant gaps in trespassing law by creating legislation intended to govern trespass to private property, to schools, and to certain types of private interests on public lands such as leases. Bill 34, as originally drafted, provides the Royal Canadian Mounted Police the authority to remove trespassers from private property, issue arrests, and pursue prosecutions. Bill 34 received second reading on October 31st, 2025, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. This report summarizes committee's review of Bill 34, starting with our engagement with the government of the Northwest Territories, the RCMP, and the public. This report also describes committee's effort to review and strengthen Bill 34, including nine motions to amend the bill, all of which were adopted at the clause-by-clause review, and 6 recommendations. Public engagement. Between December 2025 to February 2026, committee engaged the public on Bill 34. Committee hosted one public meeting in Yellowknife, Sumbake, on January 20th, 2026. At this public meeting, committee heard from the Minister of Justice and his officials and the RCMP. A total of 4 people attended this public meeting. The minister's presentation is concluded in Appendix A. Committee hosted one public meeting in Hay River on January 26 with a total of 20 people in attendance. Committee met with the Hay River Healthy Communities Committee on January 27, 2026 to discuss Bill 34 with a total of 12 people in attendance. Committee sought written submission on Bill 34. We also sent targeted engagement letters to Indigenous governments across the Northwest Territories. Committee received written submissions from City of Yellowknife, Adrian Bell, Yellowknife Chamber of Commerce, Northwest Territories Chamber of Commerce. These submissions are also included in Appendix A. Committee appreciates those that offered feedback at public meetings and in written submissions. Contributors provided thoughtful input on the bill and raised important considerations related to trespassing in the NWT. Committee categorized public comments received into 3 themes: operationalization of the legislation, expanding levels of response, and its effects on the justice system. I do apologize. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to pass the floor to MLA for Mackenzie Delta. Thank you.
For Mophie, member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indigenous rights are explicitly protected and upheld under Clause 2 of Bill 34. Clause 2 describes that any action under the Trespass of Property Act must be carried out in accordance with any applicable agreements, and in the event of any conflict or inconsistency, the land, resources, and self-government agreements will prevail over the Act. The Department of Justice noted that Bill 34 in no way prevents an Indigenous government from establishing their own trespass legislation. The Act will therefore be interpreted in the manner consistent with existing Indigenous and treaty rights in Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982 and in accordance with land and self-government agreements. Loitering versus trespassing. At the public meeting in Hay River, there was discussion and request for clarity regarding understanding the distinction between trespassing and loitering in Bill 34. These discussions were noted by small business owners who highlighted the example of loitering in stores as being a consistent occurrence. Committee notes the definition of trespass that is found in Bill 34, that a person is trespassing if they stay on a property after being directed to leave by the occupier or a person authorized by the occupier. In their presentation to committee, the department provided the example that a person can enter a store normally, but would have to leave if the owner tells them to leave. Committee believes that loitering is captured in Clause 3 of Bill 34 as part of the definition of trespass as an offense. In particular, Clause 3, brackets 1, brackets B states that a person is committing an offense by trespassing when they remain on premises after being asked to leave. In addition, the Act allows regulations to be created that will list activities that are not permitted. Signage and notices. There are numerous questions raised during public meetings about the use of signage and how the notice of prohibition of entry would be provided. More specifically, members of the public had questions regarding the types of signage or notices, whether there are clear instructions on how signs should be posted, etc. Committee acknowledges these questions and hope to provide some clarity in terms of the operational of providing notices of prohibition of entry and methods of signage under Bill 34 in the following paragraphs. Bill 34, Clause 4, 5, and 6 describes the prohibition of entry to a premises. Clause 4 notes that entry may be prohibited by notice, and subclause 4 brackets 2 lists premises that don't require any notice at all, such as the garden or field or location that is enclosed in a manner intended to keep people or animals off property. Subclause 4 brackets 3 states that there is a presumption that the access for lawful purposes to the door of a building is permitted. Clause 5 and 6 describes that notices can be posted for the prohibition of particular activities. The department noted in their presentation to committee that the primary method of giving notice that someone is not allowed to access your property in most cases is going to be by way of sign. This is where Clause 7, 8, and 9 come into play. Clause 7 describes that notices can be given orally or in writing or by means of a sign that is visible in the daylight under normal conditions or in accordance with any prescribed marking system. The department noted that no marking system has been planned yet, as this would require additional thought and consultation. A marking system may be included in future regulations under the Act. Mr. Speaker, I would like to pass the floor to MLA for Range Lake. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mackenzie Delta, member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Schools. There were questions from the public regarding the use of the Act with schools in the NWT. In particular, there was confusion about whether school property becomes municipal property after hours and how quickly to call the RCMP for assistance if there were a trespasser on school property. It is the committee's understanding that education bodies are defined as occupiers under Bill 34 to ensure that the legislation will also be applied to both private and public schools. It is important that schools in the NWT understand how the Act will be applied to them, and therefore committee presents the following recommendation to ensure smooth operation of the Act and to minimize confusion for school staff. Recommendation 1, the Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories issue clear guidance and instructions to schools across the Northwest Territories on how to use and apply the Trespass to Property Act to their settings, including providing additional funds for producing prohibition of entry signage as needed. Youth. Committee had concerns regarding the protection of youth from being prosecuted under Bill 34 and the effects that arrest and prosecution could have on their lives moving forward. Section 13 of the Criminal Code of Canada does not allow for a youth under the age of 12 to be convicted of an offense, and the NWT's Youth Justice Act follows federal legislation. Similarly, the Government of Canada's Youth Criminal Justice Act applies to youth from the age of 12 to 17 years old. Therefore, it can be inferred that criminal responsibility begins at age 12. Committee trusts that youth 12 and under are sufficiently protected under federal and territorial legislation. Impact on unhoused populations. Numerous members of the public emphasize the need for targeted resources to support people experiencing homelessness and expressed concern that unhoused individuals could be inadvertently caught up in the legislation's application. There was also apprehension that vulnerable individuals could be convicted of trespass and lack the financial means to pay any resulting fines, and therefore lead to inevitable imprisonment. Committee agrees these concerns are valid and wants to ensure the legislation is applied in a way that does not set up vulnerable people for failure. On that note, committee is recommending measures that will create a graduated response to the enforcement of trespassing, including enforcement using tickets and allowing orders prohibiting entry to a premises. Brackets see recommendation 2 and motions 4 and 5, end bracket. In addition to graduated responses, fine option and restorative justice programs should continue to be made available, even for those convicted of trespassing. Committee believes implementing a range of options will help ensure that individuals convicted of trespass are appropriately supported, while also maintaining efforts to address public safety concerns. Committee would also like to highlight that Bill 34 requires clear signage or verbal notice to inform individuals when they may be trespassing, brackets see signage and notice section, end bracket. Committee also proposed an amendment to help ensure that no trespass signs are posted falsely, bracket see motion 6, end bracket. Further in their presentation to committee, the department noted that the NWT's Human Rights Act protects NWT residents from discrimination on protected grounds, including race, nationality, political belief, ancestry, sex, and gender identity or expression. Anyone who tries to misuse the Trespass to Property Act provisions, such as if they posted a sign or asked someone to leave on a protected ground, would be in violation of the Human Rights Act. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to pass the floor over to the member for Day Cho. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Expanding levels of response, allowing enforcement by ticket. The Yellowknife Chamber of Commerce recommended reframing Bill 34 to prioritize warnings, banning and removal over arrest to help reduce criminalization and court backlog. They were supportive of refocusing the bill for compliance over criminalization and stated that relying on arrest as the primary enforcement outcome imposes significant front-end and back-end demands on law enforcement resources. Committee believes it is crucial to expand the available enforcement options and summary convictions measures under the bill. As mentioned in the previous section, numerous concerns were raised regarding the reality of an individual's ability to pay fines and the realistic application of a summary conviction on vulnerable persons. Committee seeks to expand upon the levels of response for trespassing, recognizing entrenched societal struggles with the justice system and criminal penalties. As a key example, the RCMP noted concerns that Bill 34, as it stands, focuses solely on court process. The RCMP requested a measured approach whereby they could, in the first instance, issue a violation ticket, and in the second instance, issue a ticket for a higher amount. They provided the example that if there is repetitive behavior, that may be a situation where they could seek an enforcement option leading to a court process where the judiciary could make a determination based on the facts presented. Committee agrees that the peace officers should have the ability to issue tickets to individuals for trespassing. This would create an additional enforcement option and move away from Bill 34's current focus on court process. Another effort to expand upon the levels of response for trespassing is included in motion 4 and 5 to add the ability to issue orders prohibiting entry. Therefore, committee puts forward the following recommendation in an effort to expand upon the levels of enforcement of the Act. Recommendation 2. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories creates regulations under the Summary Convictions Processes Act to include ticketable offenses for trespassing prior to Bill 34, Trespass to Property Act coming into force. Effects on the justice system. System capacity and resource strain across the justice system. In their presentation to committee, the RCMP spoke to the extent to which the implementation of trespass legislation would increase calls for service. The witness noted that with the implementation of trespass legislation, there would not necessarily be a significant spike in calls, since the RCMP is already receiving a significant number of calls related to trespassing, currently treated in some cases as mischief. He further reiterated that the RCMP perspective, there are many tools they can facilitate and use, and the use of trespass legislation will not be at the very top of our toolbox. He emphasized the importance of measured approach, noting that trespass legislation can be used to manage certain behaviors. Municipal enforcement personnel in Hay River also noted that using this legislation may help curb behavior so that resources can be used towards more serious issues. Municipal enforcement and the RCMP in Hay River also brought forward the reality that they are already receiving calls related to trespass. During the public hearing in Yellowknife, the department noted that an increase to call volume would naturally be expected by way of introducing legislation that targets a specific activity such as trespassing. Members of the public noted that worries about overwhelming the courts with the prosecution of trespassing, including concerns with individuals not being financially able to pay fines, which may result in overwhelming correctional centers. At the public hearing in Yellowknife, the minister stated that the possibility of increased involvement in the justice system should not in itself prevent the legislation from being enacted where individuals are engaging in the behaviors the legislation seeks to address. Committee emphasizes the importance of utilizing and promoting alternative justice programs, such as restorative justice and fine options, that help address difficult behaviors with the complex circumstances individuals may face, while still ensuring accountability. Committee also believes in supporting the RCMP with the application of this Act. Accordingly, Committee put forward motion 3 and 9 to allow the ministers through regulation to prescribe classes of people authorized to enforce the Act. This will help ensure the RCMP are not overburdened by trespass enforcement and related calls for services, while enabling other enforcement personnel to apply the legislation where appropriate. Current use of the criminal code provisions. The RCMP indicated they support the intent of the legislation and view it as filling a legislative gap. In its absence, they noted their options are often limited to taking no action or proceeding directly to a criminal offense under the criminal code. For instance, Section 340 of the criminal code creates the offense of mischief for many persons damaging property or interfering with the lawful use or enjoyment of property. Among other acts, subsection 349(1), being unlawfully in a dwelling house, states that any person who, without lawful excuse, enters or is in a dwelling house with intent to commit an indictable offense is guilty of an indictable offense. As the RCMP highlighted, committee believes that the Act will provide another tool for law enforcement to use to help curb behaviors outside of these criminal code provisions. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to pass the floor to the MLA for Yellowknife North. Thank you.
Dave Cho, member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Measuring the effects of the legislation. A member of the public questioned what efforts will be in place for measuring the effectiveness of the legislation. Committee believes in analyzing what value trespass legislation will bring to the overall picture of public safety in the NWT. Therefore, committee presents the following recommendation. Recommendation 3. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories ensures that statistics on prosecution for trespassing are routinely included as part of general reporting on offences and convictions in the Northwest Territories once the Trespass to Property Act has come into force to provide insight on the effectiveness of the legislation. Amendments. Committee put forward 9 motions to amend Bill 34. These are included in Appendix B of this report. Number 1, defining occupier as lawful occupier. The City of Yellowknife presented a recommendation to committee that the definition of occupier in Bill 34 be limited to lawful occupants only, referencing a definition found in British Columbia's trespass legislation. The department's presentation to committee noted their definition of occupier, which includes someone who has physical possession of the premises or who has responsibility and control over the condition of the premises or activities on the premises, or control over persons allowed to access it. Committee believes it important to bring this definition one step further to ensure that the lawful occupiers of a premises are protected and can bring forward trespassing concerns without a debate of true lawfulness to a premises. The city provided a few examples to committee where this would come into play, including a person erecting a tent on municipally owned land with or without lawful authority could be considered an occupier under the bill as drafted. They noted that their ability to defend claims of adverse possession may be compromised or complicated. Committee would like to note that Bill 34 does not apply to trespass on public land, which would fall under the Commissioners' Land Act and the NWT Lands Act. The RCMP were also in favor of this change to lawful occupier, stating that as the definition of occupier currently stands in Bill 34, there may be complications and threats to public safety should there be situations such as a drug dealer bullying their way into a home and arguing that they are an occupier. There were questions raised regarding the relationship this act would have with the NWT's Residential Tenancies Act, and committee understands that with the change to specifying a lawful occupier, landlords and tenants are themselves both included in this definition. Case law would aid in determining the varying and competing levels of ownership. Therefore, committee presented motion 1 by adding to the definition of occupier that a person must be a lawful occupier. Motion 1 was met with concurrence from the Minister of Justice. Number 2, improper use of signs. Concerns were raised regarding the improper use of no trespassing signs, particularly by those who are not the lawful occupiers of a premises and may not have the authority to be issuing no trespass signage. While trespassing could not be legitimately prosecuted in such cases, it might dissuade people from enjoying lawful access to public lands. Committee believes that this is a significant risk, and as such, there should be an explicit penalty for those who post no trespassing signs without lawful authority to do so. Committee therefore presented motion 6 to amend Bill 34. Motion 6 was met with concurrence from the Minister of Justice. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to pass the floor to the MLA for Range Lake.
Member from Yellowknife North, member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Expanding enforcement powers. It was suggested by numerous stakeholders that enforcement powers in Bill 34 should be expanded to include peace officers, brackets, i.e. municipal bylaw officers, end brackets. The City of Yellowknife recommended this change, stating this would increase the city's ability to respond to incidents of trespass on municipal property without increasing the burden on an already overextended police force. The RCMP was in favor of this change, also providing the example of the potential use of sheriffs to broaden enforcement capability even further. Well, the City of Yellowknife submitted its support on expanding powers of arrest to municipal enforcement officers for the offense of trespassing. A municipal enforcement officer in Hay River noted his support for municipal enforcement to have the power to issue tickets rather than the power to arrest. The issue of allowing private security officers enforcement powers under Bill 34 was also brought forward to committee. There were varying degrees of concerns for allowing private security personnel the power to enforce, including worry for culturally safe interactions between members of the public and private security personnel, appropriate training for private security personnel, and the lack of regulating legislation for the profession in the NWT. Some stakeholders were in favor of including the powers of enforcement for private security personnel, while some were apprehensive due to reasons such as increased liability and a lack of training to properly and safely execute arrests. The RCMP noted that including enforcement powers for private security personnel would warrant further exploration and assessment. Recognizing the balance for further research and proper implementation to expand the powers of enforcement to private security personnel, as well as expanding the bill to include peace officers as enforcers, committee proposed motions 2, 3, 7, 8, and 9 to amend Bill 34. These motions are all related to expanding power of enforcement to peace officers, including a provision whereby the minister can prescribe classes of people in the regulations once research and potential future regulation of professional bodies is enacted. Motions 2, 3, 7, 8, and 9 were met with concurrence from the Minister of Justice. In addition to the motions to amend Bill 34, committee presents the following recommendations in an effort to regulate private security in the NWT and streamline clear guidance on the use of the Trespass to Property Act. Recommendation 4, the Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that the government of the Northwest Territories urgently create legislation that will regulate private security companies in the Northwest Territories and include a requirement for Northern and Indigenous cultural awareness training. Recommendation 5, the Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that the government of the Northwest Territories create and publicize clear policy guidance for the general public, private security companies, and Indigenous governments in the Northwest Territories on how the Trespass to Property Act can be used. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to pass the reading of the report on to the Honourable Member for the Date Show. Thank you.
From Range Lake, member from the Date Show.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders to prohibit entry. Members of the public and business owners in particular raised questions on their rights to ban people from their business premises who have consistently been removed due to loitering. Committee also had concerns with the fact that banning may already be occurring in the NWT in some business premises. The department confirmed in a public hearing that a standalone provision regarding orders prohibiting entry was not contemplated in the development of the bill. Committee presented 2 motions that speak to orders for the prohibition of entry due to trespassing. Firstly, committee presented motion 4, which amends clauses 3 of Bill 34 to allow for an additional penalty for the offense of trespassing, namely including orders prohibiting entry to a premise for a term not exceeding 3 years. Motion 5 added a section under clause 3 that outlines the summary convictions for when a person contravenes an order prohibiting entry. Motion 4 and 5 were met with concurrence by the minister, sorry. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to pass the floor to the member for Montfouille.
True. Member from Mofway.
Let's see, Mr. Speaker. Conclusion. On February 25th, 2026, committee held a clause-by-clause review where the 9 motions described throughout the report to amend Bill 34 were carried and concurred with by the Minister of Justice. Committee passed a motion to report Bill 34 to the Legislative Assembly as ready for consideration in Committee of the Whole as amended. This concludes the Standing Committee on Social Development's review of Bill 34. Recommendation 6, the Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that the government of the Northwest Territories provide a response to this report within 120 days. Thank you.
Member from Mofway. Member from Mofway. Member from Mofway.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Mackenzie Delta, that Committee Report 37-20, bracket 1, Standing Committee on Social Development Report on Bill 34, Trespass to Property Act, be received by the Assembly and referred to Committee of the Whole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. The motion is into the order. Is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Yay. All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion is carried. So, good. Sorry, committee report 34 has been received and will be moved into committee for Committee of the Whole for further consideration. Colleagues, before I go any further, I'd like to recognize the Honorable, now the Grand Chief of the Gwich'in Tribal Council, Frederick Blake, known as Sonny. He has been member for the Mackenzie Delta the 17th, 18th, and 19th, and he was the former Speaker of the 19th Assembly. Welcome to the Assembly, Sonny. Reports on standing and special committees. Reports on standing special committees. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Standing Committee on Public Accounts is pleased to provide its report on the review of the 2024-2025 public accounts and commends it to the House. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Nanakput, that Committee Report 38-20, brackets 1, Standing Committee on Public Accounts report on the review of the 2024-2025 public accounts be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Range Lake. Member from Range Lake. Questions has been called. All those in favor of the motion? Yay. All those opposed? Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Nanakput, that Committee Report 38-20, brackets 1, Standing Committee on Public Accounts report on the review of the 2024-2025 public accounts be received and adopted by the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Range Lake. Motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Yay. All those opposed? All those abstaining? Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Nanakput, that pursuant to Rule 9.4, brackets 5, brackets A, the Government of the Northwest Territories table a comprehensive response to this report, including all recommendations, within 120 days or at the earliest opportunity subsequent to the passage of 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Range Lake. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Yay. All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion carried. Reports on standing and special committees, reports on standing and special committees. Returns to oral questions, returns to oral questions, acknowledgements. Oh, acknowledgements. Oral questions. Member from Framework.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Almost got ahead of myself there. Mr. Speaker, I have a question for the Minister of Infrastructure. Earlier this sitting, I raised the need for a regulation under the Motor Vehicles Act for disposal of low-value vehicles. I note that the City of Yellowknife recently wrote the Minister about this issue again. So I wanted to ask the Minister again, can he commit to bringing forward a regulation under the Motor Vehicles Act for disposal of low-value vehicles within the term of this Assembly? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member from Framework. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I will commit to having that completed. Thank you.
Member from Frame Lake. Oral questions. Member from Illinois Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to first begin by saying I was glad to hear another MLA spoke up about the crisis of lack of security guard legislation, so I applaud to that member, Mr. Speaker. I want to acknowledge that. On February 4th, I brought up and even tabled a working copy of the legislation, and of course, I welcome any member who wants to second the private member's legislation that I intend to bring forward. So my question is, as the House may know, and the Minister specifically knows this, after initiating the revitalization initiative on the Security Guards Act through a PMB path, the Minister assured me that he would provide me any information the Department has with respect to this matter, and I'm curious as to where that information is today so I can complete the draft of this bill. Thank you.
Member from Illinois Centre, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did commit to the member that I would share the information that was available on this issue, and I will commit to the member to follow up with the department. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Illinois Centre.
Mr. Speaker, just briefly, given the lack of regulation on security guards, including training and problems, as even noted by my colleague from Yellowknife North, how do you manage complaints currently through this process, given that there's nothing?
Thank you, Member from Illinois Centre. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, depending on the nature of the complaint, there are a number of pathways. Either that is back through the employer to be addressed as a HR matter, or if it's a matter that's criminal in nature, it would be moved along through the RCMP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Justice. Final supplementary. Member from Illinois Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've noted even training for NGOs is lacking with respect and asked any future agreements include training because of this problem. Mr. Speaker, my question is what can the Minister of Justice do on the interim of this gap until we bring forward a bill in some form that we can deal with this matter? Thank you.
Member from Illinois Centre. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think at this point, as we do not have any governing legislation in this area, I think certainly, our ability to work with our communities, with our Indigenous partners, with our Indigenous organizations and the GNWT across the NWT to ensure that we are promoting awareness on this issue and that, we're having conversations with those companies that are providing this service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Justice. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Tuna-Day-Willity.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are for the Minister of Finance and follow up to my member statement. Mr. Speaker, for many fear they are never truly removed from the rehire ineligibility list once they are placed on it. Given that the department may have access to this information across the public service, how does the government ensure that someone who is no longer on the list is not effectively and indefinitely prejudiced in seeking public service employment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Tuna-Day-Willity. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is one of the reasons why we have a centralized human resource services, to ensure that we are maintaining any such lists in a confidential and in an appropriate way. I can assure the member, Mr. Speaker, that the number of individuals on an ineligible hire list is actually very small after the member's statement was able to get some data from a 5-year period. There was less than 7 people on those lists. Thank you.
Member from Trinity-Willety.
Mr. Speaker, how does the minister reconcile the maintaining a list of Northerners banned from rehire to the public service with her stated efforts to increase Indigenous employment, when at least half of those affected by these bans are Indigenous employees? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Trinity-Willety, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, Mr. Speaker, over a 5-year period, there was less than 7 people who were impacted by this, and it is a very strict definition of the employees who might be affected in this manner. It's someone only who is, in fact, terminated from the public service, and it is for misconduct only. And under those circumstances, Mr. Speaker, I'm confident that that is being applied in a narrow fashion, and that we continue to otherwise have the other some 6,000 strong folks within the public service to whom this would not apply. Thank you.
To Minister of Finance. Final supplementary, member from Trinity-Willety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 years after the OBIN recommended that this practice be maybe halted until it's reviewed through equity lens and lawfully authorized in legislation, Northerners are still being placed on the rehire ineligibility list. Why has this government failed to seize this practice as directed, and on what legal authority are these bans still being imposed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Trinity-Willety, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe that I'm familiar with the specific recommendations that are at issue here, and there have been some steps made by the department to address, as we would, any recommendations from the Ombud, in particular about the pathway by which decisions are made, particularly with respect to having a delegation done by deputy head, so ensuring that there is a clear pathway. And also, Mr. Speaker, that our own human resource manual be updated to reflect the practice clearly and transparently. That is available. And other than that, Mr. Speaker, again, to ensure that we are always abiding by our collective agreement, which is the foundation for determining what is an appropriate sanction for someone who may find themselves in misconduct and therefore could potentially be eligible to be or subject to be on the list. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Our Minister of Finance. Oral questions. Oral question, member from Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier today, the safety at the emergency room at Stanton Territorial Hospital is of top concern for the community and certainly for the people who work there. A number of high-profile incidents have been reported in the media. I'm sure there are many more that are not reported. How is the Minister of Health and Social Services addressing safety concerns at the emergency room? Thank you.
Member from Rangeley, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at Stanton Territorial Hospital, the workplace violence prevention strategy was implemented, and within the time that this has been implemented, there has been assessments done. They established monthly meetings with RCMP, working with Dextera contractors on dealing with aggressive and potentially violent patients, education with staff, ensuring staff have access to safe room space, provisions of escorts out to the parking lot. They do meet regularly, and there are some statistics that have shown improvement over the time that they've established this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Service. Member from Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to encourage the Minister to share those statistics that show the improvement. I'm sure that would put everyone's mind at ease. Mr. Speaker, previously when there was a firearms incident in the emergency room, it was brought to my attention that they didn't have a code silver in place at the time. I understand that has since been rectified, but are all the appropriate codes and operational procedures in place now for Stanton Territorial Hospital to the standard that other hospitals enjoy? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Rangeley, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there is a policy and procedure development and revisions on Code Silver and Code White, and the education has gone out to staff. There's also, they've implemented many other changes, and I can share those with the member instead of reading the lists of the things that they've implemented. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary, member from Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Finally, the issue here is about weapons largely. It's about the presence of weapons in the emergency room and how they cause concern to both patients and staff. As a minister, is it time for a metal detector in the emergency room to ensure the safety of the public and the safety of staff. Thank you.
Member from Rangeley, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, according to the data that we have is since November 2025, there are 10 reports, incidences, and before that, prior to that, for the two-year period before, there were 23 reported incidents. However, I do hear the member. I know that there has been implementation. I know in our emergency room here in Stanton, does have a secure area where staff are behind, and we do have implemented increase in security. The security guards even have improved puncture-proof body vests for security, and these are things that have been raised with this working group to be able to identify the concerns of the staff, and then as they come forward, we are the NTHSSA is trying to implement those concerns as they arise. And however, we continue to have the work plan, and it's reviewed monthly, and it is updated monthly as these things come forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Services. Oral questions. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In their 24-25 annual report, the rental officer stated that only 2 successful rental applications for lack of maintenance and repair to the premises made it through. In their words, the rental office continues to receive many inquiries from tenants regarding landlords' obligations under Section 30 of the Act, although very few tenants follow through with making an application. I'd like to know from the Minister of Justice if Section 30 of the Residential Tenancies Act is planned to have a fulsome review and recommendations from the Department of Justice expected this year. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Great Slave, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, concerns with Section 30 of the RTA will be noted in the review that is currently being undertaken. It's important to note that as part of this review, we're identifying the areas of concern, and we will intend to take those forward and have recommendations that come out of a future review in the 21st Assembly that will allow a fulsome improvement to the legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Justice. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to clarify if I heard the minister correctly, can he explain if further policy work and legislative amendments will contemplate less onerous practices for tenant-landlord disputes over safety and repair of units and rental complexes? Thank you.
Member from Great Slave, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I would say yes to that, Mr. Speaker. There will be an in-depth policy analysis and an engagement with the stakeholders will occur as we look at the potential amendments to the RTA in the 21st Assembly. And I'll say, this is something that we need to do it right. So we want to ensure that we're taking the time to do the pre-work so that when we go on to that level of work, we're doing it right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Justice. Final supplementary. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I understand that rental caps and rental control might not be the best solution for the NWT, but can the minister explain what, if any, policy or legislative review has been done or is contemplated so as to reduce the likelihood of sudden rental price spikes, rent evictions, or other gentrification efforts in privately held rental stock? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Great Slave. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these issues have certainly been flagged for the review, and we'll receive an in-depth policy analysis from the department as we are determining what proposed amendments will come forth to the RTA. There will be significant engagement in this process as well with the public, the partners, and all of the stakeholders to ensure, once again, that we get this right as we go through this process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Justice. Oral questions. Member from the Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci. My questions are to the Minister of Health. What immediate steps will the department take to improve consistent access to diabetic foot care services across all regions of the Northwest Territories, particularly in small and remote communities where gaps in services continue to put residents at risk of preventable complications. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from the Decho, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our health center, our community health nurses play a key role in our chronic disease management, which also incorporates services to the residents in small communities. And I know that they work closely with the community health representative to do some education on, awareness on type 2. Most of the Indigenous communities throughout the Northwest Territories, and the population are type 2 diabetic. So a lot of that is lifestyle changes. And so I can follow up again with the department to see where we are with our education across the territory on diabetes, especially in our small communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Service. Member from the Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the serious and preventable nature of diabetes-related foot disease, what specific actions is the department taking to reduce the incidence of infections, ulcers, and amputations among diabetic patients, and how will these actions be monitored for effectiveness? Thank you.
Member from the Decho, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, as I mentioned, in our small communities, we oversee, there's acute care, so that would be your community, like seeing the community health nurse. If they're seeing home support, they can, ensure that the home support workers know that they, if they're part of the home care team, they would know if they're diabetic and have these these issues. However, diabetic foot care is an advanced practice, and so there is training for this. What I can do is I can take this back to NTHSSA and say how much training and is there gaps in all of our small communities, and is there a way that we can provide a training opportunity for those residents in those small communities to identify some key people in those communities to do diabetic foot care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary. Member from the Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister kind of answered some of the question, my third question, but I'm going to ask it anyways. How does the department plan to incorporate diabetic foot care into its broader chronic disease management strategies? And what investments or policy changes are being considered to reduce long-term health care costs associated with unmanaged diabetes complications? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Decho, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really appreciate the questions because I think that with this, man, I'm just passionate. I used to be an advanced foot care nurse, so I believe that it does take an analysis, and so what I will commit to is bringing this back to NTHSSA. Within NTHSSA, we do have a territorial director of home and community care, and branch out because we do have a professional development PDI for our healthcare providers, and maybe we need to find and bring some opportunities, especially for our small communities. So I will commit to bringing that back to NTHSSA to be able to work towards some making sure there's training available for our frontline staff in small communities. Thank you.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can recall when the community of Aklavik dominated the sport of soccer and represented the NWT at the Arctic Winter Games more than once and brought home the gold ulu. This was a community stronghold on sports and recreation, where the younger generation wanted to be the next in line to go to the Arctic Winter Games, but with the changes in trials, there's no chance for them to live their dream of going to the Arctic Winter Games. My question to the Minister Mack is, can the minister give me some insight on why the tryouts for the Arctic Winter Games is being held in Yellowknife and not in the other regions throughout the Northwest Territories? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mackenzie Delta, Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, some difficult decisions had to be made in order to cut costs. You know, with the times the way it is with travel, you know, the cost of travel is extremely high. In order to move people around, and you know, during tryouts, there's anywhere up to 700 athletes and participants that were moving around to do the tryouts, and sometimes it's just not easy, and it's very expensive, and we also have to adapt to getting these athletes to the Arctic Winter Games afterwards. So, you know, some difficult decisions had to be made and try to save some money in order to do these tryouts, and unfortunately these tryouts were, the suggestion was to hold these tryouts this year in one regional spot, and that was Yellowknife, in order to try to cut down some of those costs. You know, and I've actually asked the department to work with the Multi-Sport Games group to look for other solutions for the next time around and come up with some ideas. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Municipal and Community Affairs. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very disheartening to hear that financial restraint is taking over the well-being of a community or a region. It should be the other way around. Will the department look at reinstating community and regional tryouts within each of the communities and regions throughout the Northwest Territories? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mackenzie Delta, Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, unfortunately, I agree with the member, but unfortunately, you know, the way the world works and the way these budgets are working lately, it's we're all fighting for a piece of the pie, and you know, we were able to secure some funding for sports this year, which was, you know, in the next 3 years, which was good, helped some stabilization of the multi-sport games, you know, and that's a positive step forward. However, again, I'm fighting with health, I'm fighting with infrastructure, I'm fighting with everybody to try to get some money and move athletes around, and this is the growing trend right now. So on top of that, the cost of everything's going up, the cost of airfare, the cost of travel, the cost of accommodations, just seems to never end, Mr. Speaker. So, you know, I'm committed to continue to work to try to drive down the costs and make sure that our athletes in the smaller communities are able to experience the Arctic Winter Games. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Final supplementary, member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The well-being of our residents in the smaller communities is important, and sports and recreation is very important in our smaller communities too. We don't have the big infrastructures that the bigger centers have. So, you know, financial resources. Will the minister responsible look at putting financial resources into sports and recreation within the smaller communities, so we can have we can develop athletes, and the well-being of our residents is paramount to this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mackenzie Delta, Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I do not disagree with the member, and again, the reality is we're all fighting from the same pot for some of these funds, and that's the unfortunate reality. I would love to direct funds for every community to have dedicated, you know, rec coordinators, rec centers, whatever. But at the same time, it's, you know, I'm trying to, you know, we're fighting against other departments for the funds, and that's the reality here. But it also takes a community, and I have to be honest here, it's not just about money. You know, I look at when I was younger, you could guarantee that there was a softball game playing and just kids playing around and enjoying time in the ball field and that type of stuff. And you don't see that in these days, and there's many factors behind it, not just funds. It also takes a community. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in my member statement today, I spoke about the fact that private security firms are unregulated in the NWT, meaning there are no territorial standards or licensing for security guards. However, many agencies and departments of the GNBT do currently contract private security to protect government-run operations and staff and clients, everything from public housing units to the day shelter, the hospital, counseling services, etc. So my first set of questions are for the Premier. Does the GNBT currently have a policy that requires all government contracts with private security services to mandate trauma-informed training, training in cross-cultural awareness, and de-escalation techniques? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Yellowknife North, Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not aware of any GNWT-wide policy that does such things. However, I did have a look at what RFPs are out there right now, and I see an RFP for security guard services, and in that it requires that all employees performing professional security guard services must have cultural sensitivity training, such as, but not limited to, the GNWT Living Well Together, and it goes on. And it also states that proponents shall be responsible for response and management of all physical and verbal violence within the facilities using approved crisis prevention institute non-violent crisis intervention techniques. So while there is not a government-wide policy, departments are putting these provisions into the RFPs that govern the contract with the security guard providers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Premier, member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that helps to start to illuminate what the current practices may be. Not sure how consistently they're applied, but secondly, does the GNWT currently have any policy or standard regarding what would be the limits on appropriate use of force or restraint by contracted private security services, such as what weapons or equipment security guards should be allowed to use and whether they should be handcuffing or arresting people? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So security guards, as was mentioned, are unregulated, so they are private citizens. And so the same rules that would govern you or I when we're out in public would govern security guards. So the criminal code is the legislation I would look to for that. There are provisions in the criminal code allowing for citizens' arrest, and those allow for reasonable force to be used, as well as detention. So that is, that's in the federal realm, that's in the courts, and any type of force that is used would be tested against that standard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Premier, final supplementary. Member from Yellowknife North.
Okay, and so just following up on that then, can the Premier then clarify or make it crystal clear, does the GNWT specify whether or not its private security contractors should or should not be conducting citizens' arrests or handcuffing people, or is that left completely up to either the individual or the private security firm that we're contracting? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife North, Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't see it in the RFP here. I believe I saw something in there, so I don't have the information at hand, but this is a publicly available document that speaks about the expectations for how security guards will behave in environments where they're providing their services. There is an expectation that if there is the need to physically detain someone to protect the staff, protect the other residents at a facility or patients in a health center, that would be within the scope of the duties of the security guard, all while remaining within the scope of or ensuring that what is done is what's allowed under the criminal code. If there are concerns with a security guard provider about the behavior of staff and how they're exercising their duties, then that's a conversation to be had between the proponent and the government who holds that contract. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Member from Inuvik-Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following up on my member statement today regarding our strategic energy plan, I have a question for the Premier, if I can get an update on the re-engagement with the Nunavut Alberta Regional Corporation on the M18 project, and specifically around LNG, and if there's been any conversations around how we can work together to move the development and export of LNG out of the Beaufort Delta. Thank you.
Member from New Bootlick, Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past number of years, those discussions have largely been confined to at the officials level, but recently we have started having conversations at the elected officials level about LNG and the Inuvialuits, how we can work together to advance projects that the Inuvialuit might want to see, how we can work together to attract investors and industry if that's the desire. And so we are starting those conversations now. We had representatives from IRC here last week, and I raised this subject because it is of great interest to myself as well as, of course, the member. And I think everyone in the territory should be interested in this because it is such a massive opportunity for the people of the Beaufort Delta and the people of the territory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Premier. Member from New Bootlick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that. Yes, indeed, it is a massive opportunity. I know the Premier has spoken previously, and we have talked about in this House the potential for working groups. I wonder, as part of the strategic energy plans, specifically again to the Beaufort Delta region, is there any interest in working with the strategic energy plan in forming a working group that may include MLA participation as well, regular MLA participation, and how we can further this this development, including reaching out to industry? Thank you.
From New Bootlick, Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have that level of detail, and I have to admit this is more in the Minister of ITI's realm. That being said, if the member would like, I'd be happy to invite him to sit down with officials and have a discussion so we can get some in-depth background and information and provide his comments on what he would like to see going forward. I'd be happy to do that because I know how interested the member is, and I'm sure he'd provide some valuable insight. Thank you.
Mr. Premier, final supplementary. Oral questions. Member from Mophie.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Bichico is the largest Dene communities in the Blue Tea. All 4 communities, Wati, Gameti, Wukwati, and Bichico, majority of the people are Clicho people who speaks fluently in Clicho language. With that in mind, Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of Finance. Can the Minister clearly explain what is preventing the establishment of a dedicated Clicho administrative region from moving forward at this time? Thank you.
Member from Mophie, Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will take these questions as this does relate directly to ongoing discussions with an Indigenous government. We have a very strong relationship with the Clicho government. We have a bilateral agreement, and the creation of a Clicho administrative region is something that is a live discussion. We have discussed it at the elected officials level at our bilateral meeting a couple years ago. There have been ongoing discussions at the officials level. We are working to get a better understanding of what the Clicho government would like to see, what areas they're interested in, what information they would like. And so there's a dialogue going on right now, and I don't want to preempt that by saying we're just going to create an entire region, which is going to be quite a bit of work administratively and will take our efforts off of doing the other work that we're trying to do right now to advance government and for the benefit of the people of the Northwest Territories. So it's an active discussion with the Clicho government, and we are committed to continuing to advance that discussion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Mophie.
Years ago, yeah? Okay. Can the Minister outline the process and criteria government uses when recognizing or establishing an administrative region, and confirm whether that same process is being applied in this case? Thank you.
Mophie, Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd have to go look through the archives to see if there is such a thing, but as I think you well know, there is no consistent administrative region of the GNWT. Depending on the department, the borders are different. The MACA and Education, Culture and Employment, Infrastructure, they all have different borders for the administrative regions. And so we don't have a process to do this. It's not something that is done very often. And so I guess that's the answer, is that there is no process right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Premier. Final supplementary. Member from Mophie.
When we do terms of reference and working group, it's going to take more than a couple of years. to get the region. So I just want to ask the minister, will the minister commit to advancing and expediting the establishment of a separate and distinct cultural administrative region during the life of this assembly? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Oakwood. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am committed to working with the Tlicho government and advancing a Tlicho administrative region at a pace that both of our governments can handle while we still continue to deliver the programs and services that we need to for our respective citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Premier, colleagues, realizing that we've been going over 2 hours, we're going to take a brief break because I have a number of members still on the orders to ask questions. So. Colleagues, oral questions. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to continue the pylon of the Premier today. I promise we did not plan this in our House planning. Mr. Speaker, it's noted in the 2026-27 business plan update that EIA will be coordinating the 7-year review of the NWT Intergovernmental Agreement on Lands and Resources Management. Can the Premier speak to how process timelines will be addressed during this review? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Frame Lake. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the review is going to look at the governance system. How well is our governance system functioning? Examining the period from signing of devolution until 2023. We're going to look at what works well, what's been working well, what doesn't work well, what lessons have been learned. Are the current processes sufficient, in particular, in terms of how we deal with roadblocks when we run into roadblocks? Are we letting them linger too long at the working group without elevating them up to the officials or the political level? So it's definitely, we're looking at the entire operations, how efficient it's been, how effective it's been. It's really the first big review. It's a 7-year review that was delayed a couple of years, so it really is the first big substantive review of devolution. We want to make sure we examine all of these serious issues. Thank you.
Mr. Premier. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I note in their 2023 report on the Forest Act, the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment made a number of recommendations related to the co-drafting process and how it relates to the public and committee. Can the Premier confirm these recommendations will be reviewed and addressed by the IGCS committee conducting the Intergovernmental Agreement review? Thank you.
From Frame Lake. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The IGCS is not going to review itself or the IGC. It's going to be put out for tender, and so there will be a contracted to do the review, and certainly we can bring that to their attention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Premier. Final supplementary. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the commitment to bring it to the attention, and that's news to me. It's a bit different than what was communicated in the business plan, so I appreciate getting that news, and we'll be inquiring further about that as well. Mr. Speaker, the Standing Committee also recommended that the co-drafting process needs additional resources to proceed efficiently. Will those recommendations be responded to by the government as part of the Intergovernmental Agreement review? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Frame Lake. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that what will be looked at in the review is sort of what I mentioned earlier, and I can see how the funding piece would play into that, but we are not waiting for a review to look at how we have Indigenous governments participate or how they're funded to participate in this process. Just the other day, it could have been yesterday, maybe the day before, we were down at PDAC, the Prospectors and Developers Association of Canada's conference, the largest mining conference in the world, where Minister of Environment and Climate Change signed a memorandum of understanding with the Minister of CERNAC on our regulatory system. One of the goals of that MOU is to explore opportunities to align federal and territorial funding mechanisms to support the meaningful participation of Indigenous peoples and Northerners in impact assessment and regulatory processes. So that's only one of the objectives of the MOU. We're also looking at how we do everything. And so what the member is asking about, that's already something that we're on top of. I'll leave it there. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Premier. Oral questions. Member from Yonge Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During today's member statement, I talked about the electoral boundaries report and the Commission's final report, that is. And my question is actually to the Premier with respect to we'll call it the final disposition of the report. So will the Premier be exercising a free vote in Cabinet so Cabinet ministers can not only vote their conscience, as they say, or vote representative of their perspective? Thank you.
Member from Yonge Centre. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When something comes up that is a matter for the Legislative Assembly or more of an MLA matter like this, it's always been a free vote. I don't see any reason why I would change that. Thank you.
Premier. Member from Yonge Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the age-old matter of cost is always an issue. Does Cabinet have a particular issue on cost or size of this change in the Assembly? Thank you.
Member from Milne Center. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is not within the administrative authority of the Government of the Northwest Territories to decide. When the Assembly says it wants more members in the House, then the budget for government at large goes up. So if there's more members, hopefully we'll have at least one more minister to share the workload, which would mean another office, some staff. So there will be cost implications, but we'll take that when it comes, if it comes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Premier. Final supplementary. Member from Milne Center.
Given that I have the floor and certainly the attention of the Speaker, would he be able to articulate the current position based on the report for the member for Hay River North? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Milne Center. I don't know if the Premier... Sorry. Thank you. Mr. Premier will not be answering any questions as a MLA. Should you wish to ask the member from Hay River North, there's the opportunity to talk to the individual in the members lounge or his office or your office. Oral questions. Oral questions, member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to now ask questions of the Justice Minister. So given that the regulation of private security firms in the NWT would require the establishment of a new regulator and the appropriation of government funds, so it would not be able to be accomplished through a private member's bill, can the Justice Minister commit to begin the process through the Department of establishing legislation to regulate the private security profession in the NWT? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife North. Mr. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe I've said many times in this House that our approach to legislation in the 20th Assembly has been to take the priorities of this 20th Assembly and focus on those legislative initiatives that align with our priorities. Currently, there's no initiative being undertaken that directly relates to the issue that the member is raising. If the 21st Assembly has this as one of their priorities, the Department of Justice would be happy to continue on the work in this area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So has Justice done any analysis of potential liabilities or repercussions to the government of contracting unregulated private security firms to protect government-run operations? For example, if a resident or a client or a security guard was harmed on the job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Yellowknife North, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in our contracting guidelines, there are very common clauses within our contract documents that address those types of questions and considerations, and they will vary depending on the situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Justice. Final supplementary. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So can the Justice Minister confirm that the Department's position is that the Department is not liable or does not bear responsibility for the fact that we don't have regulation or standards for private security in the NWT? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife North, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I cannot provide legal or advice or analysis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Justice. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Moultrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the questions are for Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. On the MACA's website, it states that the Northwest Territories has 33 communities that are designated authorities, hamlets, villages, or cities located in 5 regions. With that in mind, can the minister confirm if that information is correct? Thank you.
Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As far as I know, we still have 33 communities in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Infrastructure. Member for Mophie.
We all know there's still 33 communities, but but the designations. So, Mr. Speaker, can the minister provide the legal or policy instrument used to define a region, quote, of the Northwest Territories? Thank you.
Member for Mophie. Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do not have the policies or procedures in front of me that or how we get to the regions and how we design them. I will look into this for the member and get back to her on that question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Final supplementary. Member for Mophie.
I'll do a written statement. Can the minister confirm the process used to change, update, or establish new regions of the Northwest Territories? Thank you.
Good question.
Member for Mophie. Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said earlier, with that much detail, we'll get the information and get back to the member. I believe the last time regions were changed were over 20-some years ago, so we'll have to get back to the member on how that happened the last time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Oral questions. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened keenly on the Minister of Health and Social Services minister's statement today on the public administrator. Seems to me that the biggest achievement from the last or the short tenure of the administrator has been the Decho patient journey. Now we're seeing a promised Yellowknife patient journey. My question is it going to be one patient journey per region per year? Is this going to be a 5-year thing where we get to one at a time? Because we urgently need healthcare reform now, and we can't wait 5 years for every region to have a journey. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here, here. Member from Range Lake, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Decho journey was identified because within the concerns and the observations that once we analyzed all the regions, that was where the priority was needed. And due to the amount of residents in the north, in the capital, and the continuing ongoing concerns with access to primary care, that is how we designated the second Yellowknife as the next journey. The remainder of like the Beaufort Delta and the Sawtooth, those areas have also already been in having projects that have been going on to try and improve access to care. Doesn't necessarily mean they need patients' journeys. We will, however, complete the Yellowknife, and as we move forward and work with the other regions, whether or not they need designation of patient journeys, we will analyze that as they come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services, member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I guess we've just got the 2 to look forward to, and then we'll move on. Speaking of moving on, to another part of the statement was talking about the Mika AI Scribe tool. So my question with this tool that's being touted as innovative, as listening to the physicians who have asked for more AI tools and more innovation, we use paper-based charting, Mr. Speaker. That's how we do charting in the hospital system and in the health system. How does an AI help with that? And to that end, is it compatible with our EMR, our outdated EMR that needs replacing? We have this state-of-the-art tool. So how is this AI actually interacting with paper systems and with an outdated electronic medical record system? Thank you.
Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member is correct. When you're an inpatient, it is a paper file. However, in primary care, there are some forms of where with this tool, it would be uploaded as the information goes into the EMR. However, many of our specialty reports that come back are paper and they're uploaded into EMR, so that way it's accessible throughout the EMR. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And Social Service. Final supplementary. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Finally, the organizational review that was completed last year and the future organizational change to the governance structure of NTHSSA. We've already done these reviews. In fact, many of the recommendations were made the last time that were ignored. So why are we wasting more time and money on reviews and paying an expensive public administrator to do them when we already have the answers? We're just choosing not to implement them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Range Lake. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes when third party come in and they make recommendations, it's not necessarily easy to implement those recommendations, and also working within some of the recommendations that were suggested. There were many options, and many of the options were to remain status quo. We know that status quo is not the option to do. So what we are taking in account are the recommendations that have been suggested, but also working within our system to see where are there other areas that can change as well as structurally. And one of the part that we are continuing to work on is the NTHSSA and the department and some of that overlap, and that currently that work is ongoing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to follow up a bit on the line of questioning I had with the Premier earlier. He mentioned that the review of the intergovernmental agreement is going to be done by a contractor. However, the business plan that they just shared with us a few weeks ago says an internal IGCS committee and terms of reference for that review have been established, and that they have been meeting regularly to advance the review. So can the Premier just clarify for us, is this being done by a contractor or a committee? Thank you.
Member from Frame Lake. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the way I understand it, at the last Intergovernmental Council meeting, we tasked the Intergovernmental Council Secretariat, which is the officials level group representing each of the governments at the Intergovernmental Council, with developing terms of reference that for the review that we could put out to a contractor to actually administer the review. So the Intergovernmental Council Secretariat was working on the terms of reference, on developing the framework to figure out what questions we need to ask, what we need to get the contractors to look into, and then that will be converted into an RFP that will then go out for tender. Thank you.
Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Assembly or MLAs have any opportunity to contribute to those terms of reference, or at least see them before they're set in stone and put out for RFP? Thank you.
Frame Lake. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, the IGC is not the GNWT, and so we don't have ultimate say over the final decisions there. That being said, the members have been contributing to the terms of reference. Every time the member gets up and talks about the IGC timelines and processes, that information is heard by myself. I relay to the department that, listen, we're getting some good ideas out of the Assembly. Let's ensure that we're feeding these into that process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will also say that we'll share the RFP with the member as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Final supplementary. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate that they are listening to us on the floor, and I hope that they've been hearing the comments that have been made by previous standing committees and members in this House about how it would be appreciated if the IGCS conducted itself more publicly. To that point, Mr. Speaker, will the contractor be engaging with the Assembly and the public and reporting publicly on their findings? Thank you.
Member from Frame Lake. Mr. Premier.
Thank you. I'll have to get back to the member. Thanks.
Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for my favorite health minister, and it's regarding medical travel or just records in general, similar to the question asked by my colleague from Range Lake, Mr. Speaker. What type of process, this is the question, what type of process does the Department of Health need to go through when referrals are actually lost and they've gone missing. So referrals to medical appointments down south. What type of investigation process, or how do we sort this out? If the minister can enlighten this house. Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife Centre, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't have that level of detail of the process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a constituent who had a medical referral down south. Their paperwork was lost. This can't be the only time. So is it normal for files to be lost? And if so, could the minister speak to how often this is the case? Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as that is very detailed information that I don't have here available. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What type of information can the minister provide the House, given the fact that I would assume at least the structural concepts of these questions could be answered? Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Health Authority goes through, has a established process that sends referrals to specialty to specialists throughout our system. However, I don't have the level of detail here in the House today to be able to respond to that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the minister update the House as to our doctor levels for general family doctors, or GP doctors sometimes they're referred to? So in other words, can she tell us what the capacity is in the Northwest Territories currently operating? And I'd certainly like to hear details with respect to Yellowknife. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With those questions coming at this time, I don't have that direct information on the floor, as doctor levels, staffing levels change all the time, and so what I've updated the members in some of the written questions that recently were reported could have changed today, so I don't have that level of information here today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think on both sets she's keenly avoided the phrase, "I'll provide the member," so hopefully she'll provide some detail. Mr. Speaker, specific to doctors and replacements of doctors in the sense of vacancies, have any doctor been refused the opportunity to be a locum here in the Northwest Territory, certainly in the last while, and certainly over the last 2 years, if possible? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these are questions that are vary in the operations, and it's not something that I keep at my fingertips. So I know that we are constantly in recruitment of physicians and health professionals throughout our entire system. However, when there are, they have to meet certain criteria. They have to have registration and be able to practice. I don't, like I said, like the detail in this type of a question, I don't have at my fingertips. Thank you.
Mr. Health and Social Services. Final and supplementary. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Mr. Speaker, if a doctor is in good standing and retires and offers to be a locum in the Northwest Territories, I'm getting to the very specific point has the department refused doctors from staying on as locums because they no longer wish to be full-time practitioners in that field? So if the minister can answer the question, could she at least provide the information in writing to me? Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife Centre, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if there are many physicians who have left the territory and do return back and are locums, there are many physicians that are currently employed here in the territory that do not work full-time. And, this is a conversation I just had today, actually, with my staff on looking at models, within within our entire system. The workforce has changed. We have to be able to adapt. People want a work-life balance, and that doesn't mean, in some sense, that means, you know, they have family in the south and, you know, they have young children and they may want to only come and do shorter term contracts, and that's in all areas. So this type of information and these questions, you know, if the member wants to send me a BF on specifics, I'm glad to be able to respond to those. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Colleagues, our time is up for oral questions. Oral questions. Oral questions. Colleagues, by authority given to me by as the Speaker under Rule 2.2 brackets 4, I hereby authorize the House to sit beyond the daily hours of adjournment to consider the business of the House. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Replies to the Commissioner's address. Petitions. Petitions. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notice of motions. Member from Yonge Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two notice of motions. I'll deal with one at a time. Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Thursday, March 5th, 2026, I'll move the following motion. Now, therefore, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Yellowknife South, that table document 483-20 brackets 1, the 2025-26 Electoral Boundaries Commission final report be referred to Committee of the Whole for consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Frame Lake, or sorry, Yellowknife Centre. Motion, notice of motions. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My second notice of motion is today. It is, Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Thursday, March 5th, 2026, I will move the following motion. Now, therefore, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Yellowknife South, that tabled document 445-20 brackets 1, the 2025 review of members of the Northwest Territories Legislative Assembly compensation and benefits report be referred to Committee of the Whole for consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member from Yonge Centre. Notice of motions. Notice of motions. Member from Toonaday-Willety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I give notice that on Thursday, March 5th, I will be moving the following motion. Now, therefore, I move, seconded by the member from Ditchell, that this Assembly calls on the Government of the Northwest Territories to formally oppose Alberta Bill 7 Water Amendment Act 2025 and any upstream policies that could enable interim basin transfers of basin merges without robust science-based safeguard and full consideration of downstream impacts of the Northwest Territories. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territory urges that the Government of Canada to ensure that one project, one review agreement preserves strong enforceable protection for water quality, aquatic, ecosystem, and cumulative effects oversight, including shared watershed that affects the Northwest Territories. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories ensure its transboundary water agreement allow for transparent, timely, and proactive notification and information sharing from Alberta and federal regulations regarding any incidents and releases with potential transboundary effects consistent with the best practice learned from the Curl Tailing seepage event. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories ensure that its transboundary water agreement allow for transparent, timely, and proactive notification and information sharing from Alberta federal regulations regarding any proposed or actual treatment, discharge, or release of oil, sands, tailings with potential transboundary impacts. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories reaffirms that First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people must be meaningfully consulted and involved and consistent with their rights on decisions affecting shared water and watershed governance. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories strengthen publicly communicate its ongoing hydraulic monitoring and drought reporting for the Northwest Territories, include clear summaries of the conditions, drivers, and implication for communities and ecosystem. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories respond to this motion within 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Toonaday-Willety. Notice of motions. Member from Toonaday-Willety. And member, can you, member, can you just slow down a bit, please, with your motion? So member from Trinidad-Willety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Thursday, March 5th, 2026, I will move the following motion. Now, therefore, I move, seconded by the member from Montfrey, that the Legislative Assembly calls upon the Government of the Northwest Territory to strengthen the medical travel policy by establishing a rapid response emergency support mechanism, including a contingency fund to provide interim approval and funding for medical travel escorts in extraordinary circumstances while awaiting federal NIHB decision, where the delays risk undermining patients' safety, continuity of care, of exercise of Indigenous peoples' rights to access health services beyond territorial borders as per recognized treaty obligations. And furthermore, that the Government of Northwest Territories build greater flexibility into medical travel, determination on whether in-territory care is reasonably available, explicitly considering significant diagnostic, surgical, and treatment wait times. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories implement a compassionate medical evaluation policy with all reasonable speed, so that medevac support complements and integrates with medical travel policies, including guarantees for patients' escorts where needed. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories ensures that all amendments to the medical travel policies are made in accordance with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of the Indigenous Peoples Implementation Act, consistent with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and in the matter that respects and uphold Indigenous treaty rights recognized and affirmed under Section 35 of the Canadian Constitution. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories respond to this motion within 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Trinidad-Willety. Notice of motions. Member from Moffley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have two motions. Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Thursday, March 5th, 2026, I will move the following motion. Now, therefore, I move, seconded by the member for Mackenzie Delta, that this Legislative Assembly calls upon the Government of the Northwest Territories to conduct a detailed assessment of its market rental inventory to determine which units are suitable for transfer, taking into account building condition, community needs, and long-term housing strategy impacts. And further, that the Government of the Northwest Territories develop and implement a program allowing for the transfer or sale of selected market rental units to the current tenants occupying them, subject to clear eligibility criteria, including, but not limited to, tenancy duration, payment history, and demonstrated capacity for property ownership. And further, that the Government of the Northwest Territories be encouraged to support this initiative by reviewing any legislative, regulatory, or policy adjustment necessary to facilitate the orderly transfer of market rental units to current tenants. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories respond to this motion in 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Notice of motions. Member from Moffley.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Thursday, March 5th, 2026, I will move the following motion. Now, therefore, I move, seconded by the member for Deschaux, that this Legislative Assembly calls upon the Government of the Northwest Territories to implement a policy to waive rent for all elders aged 65 and over residing in public housing units as soon as administratively feasible. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories respond to this motion in 120 days. Thank you.
From Moffley. Notice of motions. Notice of motions. 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 Notice of motions. First reading of bills. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I give notice that On Thursday, March 5th, 2026, I will present Bill 46, Prevention of Proceedings that Hamper Expression of Matters of Public Interest Act, to be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You, member from Mackenzie Delta. Notice of motion, first reading the bills. Notice of motion, first reading the bills. First reading the bills. First reading the bills. Second reading the bills. Second reading the bills. Consideration of committee of the whole of bills and other matters. The member from the Deschaux in the chair.
I now call the Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of the committee? Member for Delta.
Bootleg.
Jeez, okay, sorry. Who, doesn't say. Nuvik Bootleg. Jeez. Nuvik.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your committee wishes to consider tabled document 448-20 brackets 1, 2026-2027 main estimates to the Department of Housing Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Now we're going to call for a short break. Thank you. Committee, we have agreed to consider table document 448-20 brackets 1, 2026-2027 main estimates. We will now consider Housing Northwest Territories. Housing Northwest Territories. Committee, Housing Northwest Territories is included in the main estimates as information and the totals are not votable. We will continue to review these estimates as we have for the previously considered departments. However, we will not vote on the totals. If members have comments or questions, they can be raised at the appropriate time. Does the minister responsible for Housing Northwest Territories wish to bring witnesses into the House?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Committee, does the committee agree? Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Thank you. Would the minister please introduce her witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To my left is Aaron Kelly, President of Housing Northwest Territories. And to my right is Michael Saturnino, Associate Deputy Minister, Housing, Sustainability and Partnerships.
The committee has agreed to forego general comments on Housing Northwest Territories. Does the committee agree to proceed to the details contained in the table document? Committee, we will defer the totals and review the estimates by activity summary, beginning with community housing services, starting on page 377 with the information items on page 379. Are there any questions? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, on page 378 of the main estimates, the line item for minor modernization and improvements, there's a significant jump from slightly over 5 million to just slightly over 9 million. And then in the same key activities, grants, contributions, and transfers, there is a minor jump also in maintenance. Can the minister please speak to the substantiation around improvements and maintenance costs going up? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister and Deputy Minister, Housing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll begin with grants, contributions, and transfers. In terms of the expenditure increase, $241,000 is to adjust LHO's maintenance, materials, and contracts funding for inflation, and then $240,000 is to increase Yellowknife Housing Authority funding allocation to add 2 maintenance positions. With the minor modernization and improvement, the increase of $3.967 million is for additional funding allocation to minor M&I budget for repairs and preventative maintenance, and that's $4.44 million. And then an internal reallocation from the minor M&I maintenance repairs budget to increase LHO's maintenance materials and contracts funding by $241,000 for inflation, and to fund 2 additional maintenance positions for Yellowknife Housing Authority in the amount of $240,000. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member for Great Slave.
Yeah, thank you. I feel so incredibly silly right now, but that was a lot of words, and I'm not sure I understood what the 4 million is for. Perhaps the minister could explain it again. I'm very sorry. It's my own time, and it's my apologies to the minister.
Minister of NWT Housing.
Worries, it is a lot of information to take in. Perhaps I'll turn to Aaron, or President Kelly, who will provide more in-depth information to the minor modernization and improvement.
President Kelly.
So there was 4.48 million that we were able to add to the minor M&I budgets for repairs and preventative maintenance. This is from internal resources, which is what we tend to do with the internal resources when there's additional funding available, is try to put it back into repairs. So you can see it here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for clarity, if you're finding $4 million internally, where was the $4 million coming from? Thank you.
I will go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Yep, thank you, Madam Chair. President Kelly will provide more information to that.
Thank you, President Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sometimes there are things like infrastructure projects that don't get completed within this time frame that they were allotted for. Sometimes we make revenue from the federal government or from some of the market housing that we have, and we're able to put that into repairs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not certain if this is perhaps the best place to ask this question, but it's a very general question, so I hope the minister is all right with that. But can she tell me what was the infrastructure deficit before and after the $150 million that came to Housing NWT after negotiations in this House? Thank you.
Thank you. I will go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In April of 2025, Housing NWT's infrastructure deficit estimate was updated to $307 million, with a 20-year projected deficit of approximately $1.27 billion, or $63 million a year. The $150 million, which included $124 million from the GNWT, will reduce the infrastructure deficit estimate to $257 million, with a 20-year projected deficit reduced to $1.17 billion, or $58 million a year. So the 20-year projection was initially $63 million a year, and with the $150 million injection, it was $58 million a year. But we still have a deficit overall for infrastructure estimating at $257 million.
Thank you. I'll go back to the the member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to ask any further questions on that before the minister has announcements later this week, so I will stop there right now. Thank you.
Anything further? Ms. Wayal, member for Malfoy.
Okay, thank you. I want to, okay. It says here on page 377, Housing NWT operates 3,000 rental units in 32 communities. According to MACA website, there's 33 communities. So maybe it's a typing error, or like, so which community is left out? That housing is not, have no housing rental units in that community.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, there's no public housing or market housing units in enterprise. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Mafway.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that information. And maybe it should have been, included in there. But there's another one too, is that HELP, Home Ownership Entry Level and Market Rental Housing Program. That's HELP program, is it? Okay. I know that the last time we were talking, say that housing is trying to get rid of or get out of this HELP entry or this HELP program. To date, can the minister tell us how many, I know there's I don't know how many is in Cleacher region, but just to let us know, how many are these settled in Cleacher region? I know there are some in the community. People have said, okay, they're doing the paperwork. It's in the process. So I just want to ask the minister, to date, how many did we settle so far out of the, I think there's 30, I think, in Cleacher region. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of our HELP units, we have 140 units across the Northwest Territories that are designated as HELP units. And I know in the last couple of years, Housing NWT has been kind of rolling back and working with the HELP tenants to ask them if they're interested in either taking over their unit or turning that unit into either a market unit or other possibilities within the housing infrastructure. But in terms of the day-to-day, what we've done so far in the last couple of years, perhaps I'll turn that over to President Aaron Kelly to provide some just exact numbers of what we've done over the last couple of years with those HELP clients. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to President Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, I don't have the data with me by community, but we can certainly provide that information. As the Minister mentioned, we've been working really diligently with clients to try to determine next steps for them. Some folks are indicating that they are not interested in ownership at this time and they'd like to continue to rent, so we've been looking at options with those clients. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Mafway.
Okay, thank you. I'm a bit surprised with that response. Maybe so can the minister tell us what are the eligible criteria to become a homeowner of these program, HELP program, I mean. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of the HELP program, and again, this program was initiated probably 25 years ago, and it was working with the clients, working with potential housing tenants to take on a HELP unit. With that criteria, what we're hoping at the time with HELP was that they would pay the utilities and the overall cost for the unit and pay a minimum amount of rent to manage the unit itself. So housing would speak to the tenants themselves. If they had a steady income, they were employed, they were probably either a public housing tenant or a market housing tenant at the time, and there was a lot of good interactions with local housing authority, so they probably graduated to the HELP program at the time. And again, this program is a long-standing program. Over the last couple of years, housing is slowly getting out of that program and just talking to tenants about, would you take this on and would you take it on as an owner rather than housing managing the HELP program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go over to the member from Mafway.
Thank you. Thank you. What about for arrears? If they have arrears, would they be eligible to become a homeowner of this, the HELP program. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Housing and DBT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, if they had arrears with the HELP program or overall arrears with the public housing program? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Mafui. Clara.
Arrears with this HELP program. Yeah.
Go to the housing of Minister of Housing and the VT Housing.
Madam Chair, I think it's really important that housing, with our district office and the LHO, that we talk to tenants about the arrears, especially in the HELP program and especially with housing looking to potentially ease out of the program, that we counsel clients to pay down their arrears so they're eligible to take on the house full-time as owners. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Mafui.
Okay. Okay, because I know there are some people in the communities, you know, I guess this is one of the good programs too, you know, and there are, you know, we don't have no more HELP program, I mean, what do you call, HAP program. So, and I know that because, you know, like with that Legacy Mortgage that we just did yesterday, you know, that announcement, I know there's quite a few that, you know, there's no market in small communities. And I know there is a house that I think it's been on the market for 3 years. It's a private homeowner who bought it through the financial institutions, through the bank, but it's been sitting. I mean, they're renting it. It's good. It's being used, but it's a well-kept house. It's a new house, but it's been on the list to be sold. It's not happening. So I think this is where some of the young people are kind of like, you know, they don't want to buy. I don't think they want to buy unless there's a program in place, you know. And I know yesterday you mentioned about the down payment deposit. Is that program still available?
I'll go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Madam Chair, with the down payment program, that's usually offered in our regional centers. And Housing NWT right now is doing a review of the programs to look at the eligibility to include those outside the larger regional centers, because we are getting many questions throughout the Northwest Territories of interested, mainly young people that want to buy their own home. And if housing is kind of exiting, like the HELP program and other programs in our smaller communities, they want to put a down payment on a unit themselves. So housing is looking at that right now. All our home ownership programs, housing is doing a review on it. And presently, we're doing like applications in our regional centers, but could consider applications from smaller communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Mafui.
That's what I was going to ask about, is that small communities don't, at this time, they don't qualify for it, even in Bichiko and Edzo, they don't qualify. We used to have that program there, that's what we were told, and then they stopped funding that program in Klitschko region, so I was worried about that. So do you think you'll be expanding that program, not just only to Klitschko region, but to other regions as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Housing and WT.
Chair, we really want, Housing and WT really wants to improve our programs and the outreach. And I've asked staff and asked the President if we could expand it to the smaller communities. They're currently looking at that, and they will review applications like on a one-off basis right now, until we get a firm policy in place. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further, Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my first question, under the overall active positions. I'm not sure where else to ask this question, but on page 376. So the overall staffing for housing and MBT has gone up from 100 positions last year to 134 positions this year. I know that housing and MBT took on the day shelter. And so does the extra 34 positions, is that all staff associated with the day shelter that were transferred from health, or are there any additional positions not associated with the day shelter? Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'll go to the Minister of Housing and MBT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Housing and MBT will take on the operations of the Yellowknife Day Shelter and also the Sobering Center. So we're taking that on April 1st, and that includes 30 staffing positions for the two facilities. We've added 5 positions for the new homelessness programs division. So 5 positions, which include a manager, advisor, an advisor in Hay River, an advisor in Inuvik, and also the director of homelessness programs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thanks to the Minister for clarifying that. I wanted to turn to a few items in the business plan. So on page 12 of the business plan, it talks about how our funding agreement with the federal government it's going to expire in March of 2028, and that's a pretty big deal, and that we need to seek a new and sustainable funding approach. The current agreement was struck in, I believe, 1997. That's a long time ago, but I think the assumption that someone had in the federal government was that over time we just wouldn't need public housing anymore, that this was just going to kind of decrease and then everyone would move off public housing and we wouldn't need funding for this anymore. And that has not been the case. And so the target in the business plan right now is to have a new agreement in place by October of 2027. Seems like a ways away, but it's coming up quick and it's the end of this assembly. Can the minister talk about the status of the negotiations with the federal government, if there are different stages to this, or do we just kind of keep trying and hope for the best and then maybe suddenly one day we get a whole new agreement that is more sustainable? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Housing and MBT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that social housing agreement that was signed in 1997 with CMHC, they funded the operations and maintenance of our public housing units up until 2038. But the one thing with that agreement was it's slowly declining year by year. And then the federal government back in, I think it was 2018 or 2019, signed a bilateral agreement with Housing and MBT and the Government of Northwest Territories to supplement that social housing agreement that was signed back in 1997. So the bilateral agreement, and that was through the National Housing Fund, was signed and provided supplemental funds until 2028. So there are 2 key dates here is 2028 and then 2038. We're funded up to 2038, but the supplemental funding was 2028. And perhaps I can just ask our Associate Deputy Minister, Michael Saturnino, just to provide some supplementary information for the member. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Associate Deputy Minister Saturnino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the Minister mentioned, the current bilateral does expire in 2028, and as does the National Housing Strategy. So this is one of the significant topics being discussed at the FPT table is the future of the National Housing Strategy. Negotiations are top of mind for all provinces and territories, and so those discussions are beginning now. We're about 2 years out from that agreement ending, and I can confirm that every PT has communicated the importance of this bilateral agreement and the O&M funding to the federal government. So it's currently, those discussions are ongoing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll return to the member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate that additional detail and the distinction between the base sort of funding agreement and then the supplemental funding agreement. That's important for us to understand. So the assistant or associate deputy minister mentioned the national housing strategy. However, the supplemental funding, it's bilateral. Does that mean that our bilateral agreement with the federal government is going to have to be the same as all the other bilaterals that all the other provinces and territories get? Or are we at the same time making a case for the specific needs for the NWT to try to get sort of a different bilateral agreement than others are getting? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's important when we are at the FBT table just to make the case for the North. We talk about remoteness, we talk about cost of repairing units, we talk about many of the communities that are spread out throughout the Northwest Territories and how getting to them and providing that repair and maintenance is so critical to the everyday operations of housing. So at the FPT table, we have all our partners at the table, including the provinces and the territories, and especially in the North with our partners in Nunavut and Yukon, we always add the northern remote perspective to request additional funding through our bilateral agreements with the federal government. And perhaps Mr. Saturnino could just provide more information to the ongoing negotiations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Associate Deputy Minister Saturnino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to be clear, the bilateral is a product of the National Housing Strategy, so both are expiring at the same time. When we do engage with the federal government, of course, there's sort of you attempt to align across jurisdictions, but we do have our own unique needs in the NWT. And so we do present that case forward of what our needs are. They're very different than especially what the provinces would have. We also work pan-territorially with the other two territories. We're having active conversations with the other territories around needs in the north. They are unique, and I would also just comment, so those discussions and those negotiations are still ongoing. One comment I would say is that the bilateral also is not just O&M. There's other aspects to it. We also get repair dollars from it. We get the Canada NWT national or the housing benefit from it as well. So there's a number of different components that make up the bilateral, which comes from the National Housing Strategy. And those discussions are still ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a different question now. One of the priorities in the business plan was to provide more supportive living options. And I know that there's some specific buildings going up and projects that are sort of transitional housing that are run by nonprofits and have the wraparound supports. But I wonder what Housing NWT is doing to try to provide more intensive supports even within quote unquote like normal public housing units or buildings. So maybe not the same level that an NGO would provide with sort of like a live-in center, but within, say, when we have a whole building of public housing units, can we be doing more to, for example, provide security, provide supports, do relationship building, just support tenants to ensure that they can be more successful in the existing public housing units? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. NWT Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A really important conversation because what we're facing at housing now is we're not only a provider of the actual unit itself, we're providing more social supports, and that's probably a big key to our success moving forward is working with the tenants on an everyday basis to make them succeed. And I think back to the strategic renewal that was implemented in the 19th Assembly, and it had people thinking about like tenants within the public housing units and how we can succeed. So those 42 recommendations were really important at the time to deliver on that. And with the work that we're doing over the next couple of years, President Kelly will provide more in-depth information on our wraparound supports or supportive living component. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, President Kelly.
Madam Chair, so we're really pleased that we've been able to work with the Yellowknife Housing Authority to put a pilot project in play at Aspen. So we have 18 tenants that have moved in. The security support started today. There is a competition out right now for a tenant support navigator, which will be helping tenants within that building get some of the supports they need. I can definitely say that we have some university folks that are going to help us to monitor and evaluate this pilot, and we're looking at it as a model for other areas in housing as well. Speaking of security supports, we do have an RFP out right now for security in Yellowknife and Inuvik, and we also have a security provider in Hay River. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, I have member for Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Giving some responsibilities back to the communities and the Indigenous governments, back to owning their own homes, running their own infrastructure within their communities. Has the Housing NWT been looking into providing support to developers or Indigenous governments to incentivize building market housing and public housing, affordable rental units in smaller communities to expand options across the northern housing continuum? It's much needed. In some of the communities have more market housing than others, and some are limited. Is there something in that area that Housing NWT is looking at? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to Minister of Housing and NWT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A good question. I think that the work we're doing is important work with our Indigenous governments and in our small communities, because again, we come in as a partner. We don't come in as the only purveyor of housing in the Northwest Territories. So interested in working, especially through the NWT Housing Forum, and Mr. Saturnino can provide more information with the forum itself and the relationships, especially with Indigenous governments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Associate Deputy Minister Saturnino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as the Minister mentioned, the NWT Housing Forum is a collective group of Indigenous governments and Housing NWT that comes together to discuss common housing concerns and issues, opportunities to share best practices and lessons learned. Definitely lots of productive conversations there. I would also say that we have a number of MOUs with Indigenous governments, so where we're having bilateral conversations with Indigenous governments. And so, you know, we do have, presently, there's a small number of Indigenous governments that are talking about social housing, but most are talking about market housing, home ownership programs, and we actively do discuss those with Indigenous governments. We also have a program, the Community Housing Support Initiative, that can provide some financial supports. So, for example, when Indigenous governments or other partners are looking at submitting applications for federal funding, getting some support from the federal or from the territorial government, and specifically Housing NWT, is a critical component. The federal government likes to see that support. They'd also like to see some investment, and so we also have that program available to support their efforts as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member for Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some of these vacant units in our community, especially in my region, they've been vacant a long time. They've been boarded up. On one street alone in my community, there's these units that are well over 50 years old and boarded up and been sitting there for for a long time, but there's other units in the community with where people may have moved to another unit or for some other reason they moved out of that unit. And I know for a fact in my community, one of my residents passed away, and it's been over 3 years and that house is still vacant. And I'm wondering, how much authority does the local housing board have over the staff? Does the staff take their recommendations, or do they make their own decisions on how people are allocated? Because in another instance, there's 2 young men living in a 4-bedroom house, and there's a growing family that's pleading with me to get another unit. My question is, how much authority does these boards have over the staff? Does the staff have to take their recommendations and implement them, or it's just the board is just there for nothing? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister of Housing and DBT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's important that we understand the structure with housing and housing authorities. We also have housing associations. So we have 24 of either an authority or an association across the Northwest Territories. And we sign community housing services agreements with either the association or the authority, and that outlines the terms and conditions of the authority itself, including either an advisory board or an authority board or an association board. So President Kelly can provide more information in terms of the authority itself and how much just responsibilities that authority would have, and just talk a bit about some of these vacant units, because this is something we've heard throughout, especially when we visit community or go into regions, that there's a lot of vacant units that are boarded up and owned by Housing Northwest Territories. So we turn it over to President Kelly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, President Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to allocations, they're based on a point system. So when a client comes in, they fill out an application, and there's certain criteria that are in there, and they develop a point rating. So people who, when their allocations are based on the points from those applications. And I guess it's really important to note that people need to update their applications if they're waiting for public housing, because as their circumstances change, it can adjust their points. So I recommend that if someone is waiting, that they're going and they're talking to the LHO on a regular basis, making sure that their application is up to date, so we can make sure that their points are correct and that they're on the list in the proper place.
Let's talk about the reallocation.
Thank you. I'll go to the member for Mackenzie Delta.
Okay, the reason I'm asking the questions about these boards is because a lot of these tenants, rather than going to these boards and seeking, asking them why am I not, getting moving up the wait list or getting allocated a unit, instead of them going to those boards because they feel the boards have no authority. They're coming to me. So they're scared, rather than, if they can go to the boards and get an answer, maybe it might get resolved there, but they're coming to me and I'm going to the minister. So, I don't know what's the purpose of these boards. I mean, I never asked you about any point system or anything. I asked what's the purpose of the boards if their recommendations are not taken. Because you got, like I said, you got 2 young men living in a 4-bedroom unit. There's something wrong there. And I believe I spoke to one of the board members, and they did bring it to the attention that these changes have to be made so they can accommodate larger families, but nothing's been done. And even if they move out, it'll take them about a year to prep that house for the next person. Okay, I'll go on to training and support workshops you have, or these annual workshops you have for the staff of the local housing authorities? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to Minister of Housing and WT.
Question on the OHE.
He asked about LHO training.
Mm-hmm.
That's the question.
Yeah. With the LHO training, there was a question just asking if there's training available or the number of training events, or just to clarify. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'll go back to the member for Mackenzie Delta.
Hey, thank you, Madam Chair. You got training and support workshops on page 379 for 254,000. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Madam Chair, it just helps to know which page and what subject matter because we have notes related to each item. Mr. Saturnino will provide information regarding the training. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Deputy Minister Saturnino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as part of strategic renewal, we went out and engaged with various stakeholders, including LHOs, and definitely heard that there was a need for more training, more support for LHOs. So through strategic renewal, we did make a commitment to offer annual training. So we do offer a variety of different workshops, so some for LHO managers, tenant relations officers, maintenance staff as well. And usually, you know, these are LHOs from across the territory that come together, and within those workshops, we would offer different training that would be specific to what identified needs. And so that is happening on an annual basis. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member for Mackenzie Delta.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. One quick question: that, you know, are these workshops held in Yellowknife or are they rotated? And you know, we went, our committee, social development, went to Hay River last month, and we toured some of these units. I think that'll be a good spot for one of these workshops to show the local housing authority, the staff, the maintenance workers, like how much work that organization does because they take recommendations of their board. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to Minister of Housing and WT. Final.
Thank you, Madam Chair. President Kelly could provide more information to that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
President Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. They have been held in Yellowknife annually, but we have been looking at other locations for the exact reasons that the member brought forward, having exposure to some of the things that are happening in different communities. And the other thing that we've done is we've had the Dene Wellness Warriors come in and do training with our LHO staff, because some of the illegal activity things that are occurring in units, it's not something that a lot of those folks are used to or have been trained for. So we're trying to expand that training as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Now, seeing no further questions, remind the committee that the estimates for Housing Northwest Territories, sorry. Oh, member for Frame Lake, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask some questions about the business plan. I figured this would be as good of a spot as any, so I'll try to refer to pages to keep the minister and staff on track. First one is on page 10 of the business plan. It talks about updated legislation, updating the Housing NWT Act, and it says in the business plan the legislative review is underway and there's a proposal plan for 26-27 Q1. So I think I always have a hard time with the way fiscal years work and everything, but I think we're in Q1 now. So is that on track? Do we expect to see that LP within the next couple of months here, or?
Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Associate Deputy Minister Michael Saturnino will provide an update related to the legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Associate Minister Saturnino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the legislative project has been To this point, we've undergone the planning, going through research, doing all the preliminary work that we typically do, jurisdictional scans, digging into the issues that were, within the legislation that we want to narrow the scope. Specifically on the member's question, this refers to the fiscal year, so it would be Q1 of 26-27. So the April to June timeframe would be the target for a legislative proposal. Thank you.
I'll go to the member for Frame Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so is the department confident that they'll be able to go from legislative proposal to draft legislation, or to having legislation drafted and a bill in the House within a time period to get this done within the term of this Assembly? The time is ticking. Thank you.
Minister of Housing and WT.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. Yes, that's the current plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Frame Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking forward to reviewing it and getting that through the Assembly, especially considering my statement today about moving legislation quickly. Next question I have is on page 16 of the business plan. I just note that the department has a goal of getting 25 housing NWT units demolished and moved out of communities to make land available for housing development. They have a goal of getting 25 units done by October 2027. We're only at 4 units in 2026, and they have 7 units currently approved for demolition, so we're not quite halfway there. I'm just wondering if the department is still confident they'll be able to meet their goal by the end of the term of the Assembly.
Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the Housing NWT is still confident that it could meet its goal. One of the things that we are finding, especially in smaller communities, even our larger center, is the room within the solid waste site, and if there's certain types of like asbestos or other materials that need to be remediated, so there might be some challenges there. But President Aaron Kelly can provide more information related to that business plan item. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, President Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the Minister mentioned, we think that we are going to be able to get to this goal, and we do recognize that there are many units that people are looking to have demolished. So our hope is that there'll be more available funding and we'll be able to do more than what we have, and it's looking positive from a federal government funding perspective, but we'll see how that results. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member for Frame Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before I go on with questions, I do just want to make a note of complimenting Housing NWT on all the outcomes-based goals in their business plan. Certainly appreciate seeing that. It's something we talked about at the beginning of our Assembly when the business plans were updated. Didn't see that from a lot of departments, and I think HNWT is a great example of, just setting an outcome that they're trying to achieve and working towards it. I see that in the business plan here, so good work. But I want to, next item is on page 19 of the business plan. I'm curious about this project, the mixed-use building, the 50 units being built in Yellowknife, which combines advanced manufacturing for mass timber structural components. So it sounds like HNWT is taking a innovative approach there. I'm just curious, how does that relate back to creating capacity and building entrepreneurship and building local economy? I'm just curious how that works, if the minister or her staff can help us better understand this project and how it's leading to local job creation and construction. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Madam Chair, President Kelly will talk about the 50 unit and the build there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, President Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's been a number of RFPs and projects that have gone out recently, and many of them are focused on developing capacity locally. And one example is the CORE project that we've been working on in Delaunay, where we're hopeful that that can be expanded out so that there's more work for folks in local communities. The 50-plex is looking at a different technology that can go up faster and be more efficient. And so when we say that we're looking to build jobs and capacity, it's true when you look across all of the work that we're doing. In the case of the 50-plex, it's looking at different innovative ways that we can get units built faster. And in this case, this mass timber, what we're hearing is that in the coming months, you'll be seeing things going up really quickly at that site. So we're learning from that process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll return to the member for Fram Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and certainly very excited to see that, and really appreciate Housing NWT's work there. You know, as I am starting to run out of time, I did have one kind of just basic and fundamental question to ask the Minister. Can Housing NWT confirm how many new units are anticipated to be added to the public housing stock by the end of the 20th Assembly? And just to be clear about the question, I'm not asking how many units is at Housing NWT building, but how many units are being added to public housing's overall stock, knowing that some get removed when things get built. So I'm just curious. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. President Kelly will provide an exact information on how many units. I do know with the $150 million fund that 152 units will be provided, along with 30 million for M&I projects and preventative maintenance, deferred maintenance that has been deferred over the many years. So we put 30 million aside, and then 120 million was the 152 units that will be built over the life of this assembly, and more information will be either President Kelly or the associate. Okay, Mr. Saturnino will provide the exact number. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Associate Deputy Minister Saturnino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The 152 units being funded by the $150 million capital plan are all replacement units. So they're not new, they're not net new, they're replacing aged units. There was, in the last government, an incremental investment of 100 new units into public housing. Some of those did carry forward into the current government, so many were completed in the 19th Assembly, but they carry forward. Those would be new, net new. And then beyond that, I would point out that on the recently announced Rock Hill project, we're adding 10 new public social housing units. Those are, and also in the 50-plex, those are all units that are intended to allow us to exit leases with private contractors. So it is a little bit of a complicated question as far as net new, but we are building units. It's allowing us to exit leases. There is a bit of an increase. I think as we kind of move forward and we look at something like Build Canada Homes, which is intended for new units more so than replacement, that's where we would see the focus sort of shift. But given what our current infrastructure deficit is and what our 20-year infrastructure needs are to replace units, we still have a very big focus on replacing existing units that have reached the end of their service life. Thank you.
Thank you. I will allow member from Mafui to ask another question.
Yes. Or else I could wait until we do the, summary, but I can, if it is okay, I can ask, I can ask this question here. Community Housing Services Administrations. For the upcoming fiscal year, 7.7 million. And funding for local housing organization to provide property management. So does that include the administrations like the office staff or administrative team? And then, so that includes the maintenance as well. Okay. Thank you.
Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. With the administration funding of $7.74 million, that's funding our local LHOs for their administrative staff within the LHO. And then in terms of maintenance, it's $15.182 million, and that's for the LHOs to undertake demand and preventative maintenance activities. So LHOs are provided funding for maintenance, and LHOs are provided funding for administration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member from Ottawa, you have many more?
Okay, so that 15.2 million, so how are these funds allocated? Because in Clutha Region alone, in Bichicon, there's a lot of houses that are boarded up, and some are beyond, it's been boarded up for 10 years, and I think it needs to be demolished, some of them. But so how is this fund, going to be allocated or being allocated? Thank you.
Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think that's throughout the Northwest Territories is the LHOs are faced with an aging housing stock, and they're trying to keep up, especially with the preventative maintenance side of managing the housing stock within community. And many times, LHOs won't be able to find the part for either the furnace because it's so old, or another part of the system within the housing unit. But in terms of the allocation itself and how we allocate those funds throughout the Northwest Territories with our 24 housing associations, President Kelly could provide more information with the allocation itself. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, President Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the reasons that we do unit condition ratings is to know what the state of the units is in, and so that we can make good decisions about where we allocate our maintenance funding. And this is base maintenance funding that is being provided, but there are other types of funding that are provided for major repairs, for example, or if we get federal funding for repairs, that also would be divided up amongst the communities. And they would look at those unit condition ratings and how old a house is, what shape that it's in, and allot the money based on those types of things. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to move on. So, see no further questions. Remind the committee that the estimates for. Okay, I'll go back to Ms. Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your indulgence. I just wanted to ask about the apprenticeships. It's the line in the budget on page 379. There's 861,000 allocated for apprenticeships for LHOs to hire apprentices to try to get more qualified tradespeople into the communities. Now, I don't see anything in the business plan about targets for numbers of apprentices or whether we're sort of meeting those targets if we have them. So I guess my first question is, do we have a target for a number of apprentices that we're hoping to have on any given year or in the coming year specifically? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Housing NWT increased the number of apprentices from 12 to 15 in the most recent fiscal year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so that's good to know. Does that mean that we're using up the full amount, 861,000? Like, are we fully subscribed in terms of the maximum number of apprentices we can handle, or do we have room in that funding to take on even more if we could find interested apprentices and interested like supervisors, mentors? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The fund is fully subscribed. And what we're doing as Housing NWT is actually having conversations with our other sister departments about apprenticeships and trade opportunities and labor market development within community, because truly, like with the projects that are coming on stream, that we really need local capacity, so we're encouraging apprenticeships, and also apprenticeships is part of the terms and conditions with our projects within community. Like if we're putting out an RFP for a housing build within community, that company needs to add some apprenticeships to the overall proposal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. That's good to know that that's underway. And I wonder if some of those successes could be shared with other departments that I know are struggling to find apprentices and put those requirements in. I think infrastructure was saying they're struggling to find apprentices and integrate those into the ongoing work. Okay, last question. In the business plan on page 14, it talks about a new asset management program, and there's a policy and a roadmap. And I know the minister was speaking earlier about needing more sort of ongoing maintenance happening at the local levels with the LHOs. Can the minister give any examples or idea of what is this new high-level asset management program going to do for people on the ground, or what is that going to do for LHOs in terms of keeping more on top of needed maintenance, repairs, improvements? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Madam Chair, if I could defer the question to the President Kelly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, President Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think a good on-the-ground example would be the use of the Azir system, which is a new system that will help us to manage repairs and have data input on devices. So instead of writing things down and then having it data entered, the LHO is now going to be able to enter information on what needs to be repaired and be able to check what available parts are there with a system, which is really great. I think another part of this pilot that's more on the part of this, pardon me, that is a pilot and that is also more on the ground is that we are going to be in the process of hiring technical teams to support repairs at the district level in the Nahende riding, the Sawtooth, and the Beaufort Delta, where we've had some challenges sometimes with proponents bidding on some of the RFPs that we've had. And so they're going to be going out and helping to get some of those things done as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. See no further questions. I remind the committee that the estimates for Housing Northwest Territories are included as an information item only. The committee will not be voting on the activity total. Moving on to homelessness program, starting on page 380 with an information page on 382. Are there any questions? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just trying my best to follow the money on emergency shelters. So on page 381, the line item has moved from 2.997 million to 16.154 million. And within that particular line item, I believe the vast majority is grants, contributions, and transfers to run emergency shelters of about 11.691 million. I hope I'm getting this right. It's my understanding that EIA transferred some responsibilities to Housing NWT for this upcoming fiscal year, and the revised estimates said the strategic approach to homelessness line item under EIA was about 3.211 million. I guess I'm trying to find the substantiation of the money that moved to housing, as well as the substantiation of what amount of money is going to which shelters. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, it could be a little confusing because there's two different streams of funding, but in terms of the funding through Housing and WT, so 2.11 was transferred from Health and Social Services to Housing NWT for the Yellowknife Day Shelter and Sobering Center operations. And then 3.77 was forced growth funding for the Yellowknife Day Shelter and Sobering Center. So those two combined would be operations for the Yellowknife Day Shelter and Sobering Center. And then 7.27 is initiatives funded for the Emergency Shelter Program, and that's shelters that we run throughout the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I believe there might have been a breakdown shared with committee, but if not, hopefully the minister can share that with committee in writing. That would be wonderful. It's been a long 2-ish months, Madam Chair. I apologize if we've already seen that before. So regarding the operations and approach to staffing for the YK Day Shelter and Sobering Center, I understand that that is sort of a temporary holding spot while the Wellness and Recovery Center comes online. Is there any contemplation then of how that may shift when the Wellness Center is available? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. President Kelly will provide more information related to that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, President Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We need to take a look at the budgets and what will happen with the Wellness Center to get a better understanding of that. But we do know that the budget works for what we have right now, and that's that $7 million the minister referred to earlier was right-sized the budgets for the other shelters across the NWT. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if that 7.27 million is right sizing, what was the deficit? Was that the full deficit of what was needed across the territory? Could I get a little bit more explanation on that? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. President Kelly will provide more information related to the deficit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, President Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Housing NWT was running 2 shelters in Inuvik, and there was over a $3 million deficit for that for many years. What was completed was an analysis of costs across all of the shelters, and these 2 were looked at as well to right-size the budgets across the board for shelters in the NWT. And so that number is what was required to get everyone on the same level for shelters across the territory. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess all of this is sort of culminating to my main question, and it sounds like more work needs to be done to understand as new assets come online with health, which is how does Housing NWT expect to continually fund this new division? I assume it's being made permanent, and if new assets come online, will the costs to housing decrease? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of our homelessness division, this is something that we are operating this fiscal year. So we're taking over operations of Day Shelter, Sobering Center. We've right-funded the Inuvik, the 2 shelters in Inuvik, plus the shelter in Hay River, plus the shelter in Fort Simpson. And then we're just operating with our small team with the homelessness division. So in terms of right funding, I think over this next year, we'll get a good sense of the operations itself, especially in Inuvik, because it's now moved from Government Northwest Territories to an NGO. So we'll get a good sense of the operations itself. And again, the NGO in Fort Simpson operates the shelter, and the NGO in Hay River does that as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll go back to the member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all for me right now.
Thank you. Next, I have the member for Frame Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that transitional housing falls under this item, although I don't see it specifically referred to here. So maybe I should just confirm that I'm on the right page.
Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. President Kelly will provide information related to the temporary transitional housing unit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to President Kelly.
The transitional, the temporary transitional housing unit is being run out by Folk on the Rocks. There have been 17 folks that have been through there. 2 have left and gone on to either market housing, one, or to addictions treatment, another. There have been some challenges, but we're working to get folks in there. And then the most recent announcement that you would have seen for the replacement at Rock Hill is where the permanent transitional housing will go when that is built. So we have a plan where the transitional will move over to the old Rock Hill site as part of that
64 units?
64 unit build with a daycare. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member for Frame Lake.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. The Deputy Minister answered a question I hadn't even asked yet, so it's amazing. They're reading minds over here. What I'm curious. I think that the temporary transitional housing project out by the airport has a 24-bed capacity. It seems like the need is out there. Does the minister or staff have any insights as to why we haven't been able to fill that facility yet?
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Chair, the contract for the operations of the temporary transitional housing unit is with the Yellowknife Women's Society, and they do have a specific criteria related to the temporary transitional housing unit due to the location of the unit itself out by the Folk on the Rock site. So perhaps President Kelly can provide more information related to the criteria, the operations of it, the ongoing discussions with the Yellowknife Women's Society. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to President Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The contract with the Yellowknife Women's Society is with EIA, and the repair of the building is with Housing NWT. And I think one of the reasons, there were some challenges. There had been some freeze-ups and other things that occurred, and we needed to work with the vendor on those things, but now things are in order and people are being moved through. And as I mentioned, it's good news that there's been those folks that have been in there already, and we're going to be filling it up. They're working to fill it up as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, I did want to mention, very excited about the Rock Hill announcement, and look forward to finding a permanent home for this program. With that, I know that there are, I don't want to identify them specifically, but I understand there is at least one other THARP program house in our community of Yellowknife. I'm just curious, I can't remember if it's one or two other locations, but are those locations kind of up and fully functioning and populated now, or are they still awaiting residents?
I'll go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll defer to President Kelly to provide an update. Thank you.
President Kelly.
Madam Chair, the THARP units are a collaboration between Health and Social Services and Housing NWT. The one in Yellowknife is up and running. The one in Inuvik will be up and running shortly. Our understanding is in April at this point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member for Frame Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's it for questions on this page.
Thank you. Next I'll go to the member for YK North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You'll all be happy to hear that most of my questions were already answered And my final question is just to get clarification. Under compensation and benefits, there's about 3.3 million there, but we don't see a staffing chart for like how many positions there are in each community for this item. So how many staff in total fall under this set of programs, the homelessness programs that make up the $3.3 million for compensation and benefits? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Housing and DVT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Funding for the Yellowknife Day Shelter and Sobering Center operations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member for Yellowknife North.
Okay, and so the entire 3.3 million is for the staff associated with the day shelter and sobering center. Okay, thank you. That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to the member for Mafwee.
Thank you. Regarding this homelessness program, and I know in Klitschko region, especially in Bichiko alone, we have a lot of people on the housing wait list, but in the other small communities, there's a wait list as well, like Wati and Gamity, and even in Wukbati, there's a wait list for people to get into programs. So right now, I have a lot of people in the small communities where they're couch surfing, or it's overcrowded, like in Wukbati, I didn't thought that there would be because, but there is, like I've said many times, a lot of people are coming home and, for whatever reason happens in Yellowknife, then, we have the family back in those, in many of the small communities. So, and then in Yellowknife, there's a home-based program, that cater to teenagers and, support them in school and everything. The home-based program is good, but we do have some of those kids in the small communities where because of the relationship, and some of the young people are homeless, and they're putting themselves at risk. And they really do need a safe shelter, like the home base. With a home-based program, so at least they have a chance to complete their high school and, work, but because there's nothing, so a lot of them are putting themselves at risk and getting into relationship or, having families at a young age. And that's to get out of the situation that they're in. But if we had home-based program like this in some of the regions that really needs it, our young people will do a lot better. And I know that we will see maybe a graduation increase. And I'm sure you probably have that in your writing as well. And I know that in 19th, one of our colleagues from different region also had the same issue. And this is nothing new. It's been like that for quite some time, but it's just that it was never addressed. But until the home-based program in Yellowknife came up, and I thought, hey, that's also in my region as well, because we have some of those youth, some of the youth that are homeless. So I just want to ask the minister if they're working, I would like to see a home-based program, so in Klitschko region as well. So if the minister or the Department of Housing and WT are are working with the Indigenous government or Indigenous organizations to possibly, create a home-based program for our youth that are falling through the cracks and, give them a chance to have a safe place to sleep and give them a chance to complete their high school education. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Housing and DVT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think the question or the comment from the member around programming, especially around youth and homelessness, we're finding that like she mentioned, in many of our smaller communities. The home-based program here in Yellowknife is funded through Health and Social Services, but we do have a couple of opportunities through housing, and they're small, but still, conversations with the local Indigenous governments or with the MLA. We do have a small community homelessness fund, and we also have a community housing initiative fund that we can talk about potential programming in community and those related to youth. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Muffley.
Thank you. So that is this small community homelessness fund. Is that application based? First come, first serve, or how is this fund allocated? It's a good program. I know it's going to, benefit some of the communities. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is something that we could bring up at our meeting with the Clecho government when we talk about housing and our MOU and continuing that memorandum of understanding is potential funding for like a home base in another community in the Clecho, in the Montfrey riding. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Muffley.
Thank you. Yes, I really do appreciate it. Thank you. I think that will be nice. It's going to help some of our young people, a lot of our young people, and not some, but, at least if there is a housing or if there's a, then they can fall back on. So they're not really stuck, because right now, since we don't have anything, they're kind of stuck. And then I just don't want to, a lot of them to get into an unwanted relationship. And because, they are a future. They are, we need to do more for them. So that's why I'm really I want to see something for them in the regions. And emergency shelters. I know, Wati or Gamity, they don't have an emergency. None of our community have emergency shelter. I mean, this is overnights. But a shelter where, like with what happened in our community, with the unit that we don't have enough, from the local housing, so we have to go look elsewhere, outside. So even in any of the small communities, I don't think we don't have any emergency shelter. I know this is different, but but it would be nice if we can, if we can look at possibly, doing one, or having that program in the small communities. Maybe you can put that on your agenda when you're talking about a home-based program. So, thank you. I think that's about it for this section.
Minister of Housing and WT, do you want to respond?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, again, having that working relationship with the Clecho government allows us to have these ongoing conversations about how to improve housing and how to help, especially with the homelessness file, considering the Montfrey riding, there's a lot of people on the wait list waiting for housing. And I think that it's really important that we just advocate for future housing needs, and looking at numbers, numbers tell the tale of people waiting for housing and proper housing supports. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next, I'll go to member for Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, there's a big increase from your emergency shelters on page 382 from your revised estimates of 2025, 2026 from 2.9 to 10.2. Can you give me some information on the big increase in your main estimates? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we just spoke about this earlier, but it was incremental initiatives funding for emergency shelter programs. We talked about the increase in emergency shelter programs, the forced growth initiative, the funding for the 2 shelters in Inuvik, the funding for Fort Simpson shelter Hay River Shelter, and also the transfer of the day shelter and the sobering center here in Yellowknife to Housing and Ability. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member for Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just following up on my colleagues, what she stated about homelessness in our smaller communities. Recently, in your minister statement on homelessness, you often used the phrase throughout the Northwest Territories, and you're still using it, but yet you're funding only programs in Yellowknife, Inuvik, and Fort Simpson. And you know, I get a lot of I get a lot of comments from residents saying, why can't this government put a place somewhere in the community like Fort McPherson? We have a lot of people that are couch surfing, they're sleeping in abandoned buildings because they have arrears with housing or they're way out on the wait list. If you're going to use the phrase, you know, throughout the Northwest Territories, like, implement it. You know, it's something that I often go by units, and like LJ's has trailers there that he bought, and he uses it for his workers. I don't know how much that cost him, but you know, I think something should be done in that regard, where we can help our people in the smaller communities. You're rolling all this money into Yellowknife, Inuvik, Fort Simpson, and Hay River. To me, you're just putting a welcome mat out there saying, come to the larger centers, we'll look after you. But at the same time, you go to your larger centers, they have a residency clause there that you have to live in, let's say in Inuvik, you have to live there for a certain amount of time before you can go participate in some of their services. I think that's just more of a statement saying, you know, like, be careful with your words, like using throughout the Northwest Territories often, and it's just for regional centers and that you're referring to. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Do you want to respond to that, Minister of Housing and Ability?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that tomorrow's announcement on the territorial housing needs assessment is going to give us a clear indication of the housing needs across the north, and it's across the north. Especially you look at our wait list, but it's going to provide more data on the need for housing across the north and throughout the Northwest Territories, because we know, every one of us know, especially as MLAs, you know, the need, the number of BFs that come in, the people that are couch surfing, the suppressed households. It's going to be, when I looked at the report, I was pretty astounded with the number. But I shouldn't be surprised, because this is something that we're seeing right from Sax Harbor to Fort Smith. People need housing, and many of these houses are old houses, and the systems are breaking down because they're so old. And that's why it's really important that we continue and press the federal government to provide us, you know, federal housing funds to build more infrastructure within community. But also our systems are breaking down in the community too, where in the past families used to take care of families, but now we're faced with so many different issues within community that it's hard for people to actually to look out for each other. There's really, people are facing hard times. And I will say across the Northwest Territories, or in the Northwest Territories, because it's true. And you can see from the wait list. And in terms of the homelessness programs, I mean, these are programs that have been instituted well before my time, but there is increased needs for shelter support systems and mainly in the regional centers, because that's where people get caught in the system, either from leaving correctional institutions or health-related issues, or they have to migrate to a regional center because of a health-related or an education type issue. So I understand that we do have much increased need in small communities. Regional centers have been funded for emergency shelter support systems for a number of years. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member. Okay, seeing no further questions, we will proceed to the next activity summary without voting on this activity total. Moving on to home ownership assistance program, starting on page 383. Are there any questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the business plan, it says that the department's going to do reviews of some of the programs, including the home purchase program. We'll start with that one. It says that the time frame is 2028-29, but has Housing NBT already started to review how effective the home purchase program is, or come up with any ideas for changes that need to be made to the design of that program? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our home ownership programs and home repair programs have been or are being reviewed by Housing and WT presently, and President Kelly can provide more information in terms of the details related to the reviews. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. President Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has been a real focus because we've seen that there have been some things that have been ineffective in the past. As the minister mentioned earlier, for the home purchase program, the down payment piece, we've opened it up for folks to go into the district office who are in communities that are ineligible, and if they meet eligibility criteria, to try to support them in that way. So this is ongoing work right now, and it's taking it's going to take some time, but we're reviewing home ownership broadly to see if there's ways that we can improve upon and learn from what we've done in the past. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So can the minister just confirm then that while so far the down payment program was only available like in regional centers, is it available now in smaller communities to people to take advantage of the down payment program? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Madam Chair, yes, I've asked Housing and WT to consider those outside the regional centers for the down payment assistance program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that, and I really appreciate the minister's willingness over her time in this role to really look at policies and whether they make sense and to make changes. That I think is quite remarkable. I also just wanted to ask, I know that in the past few years, Indigenous governments have taken on much more of a role in, getting funding and building homes and trying to ensure local people can own more of these homes. Has Housing NBT considered working with Indigenous governments or transferring over any of these programs to Indigenous governments that are more active seemingly right now in this space of trying to help people in communities own their own homes? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. President Kelly will provide more in-depth information related to this question because it's daily conversations with IGs, Indigenous governments, especially those that we've signed MOAs and MOUs with. So President Kelly will provide more information related to this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to President Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've definitely considered what programs and heard from Indigenous governments on what programs they're interested in. And a lot of the focus is on the home repair programs for owned homes. And so there's been a number of relationships built through the MOUs and outside the MOUs where we're supporting Indigenous governments to do that part of the programming, to do some home ownership repairs. We haven't transferred the program over, but we've supported them to do the home ownership repairs. There are those that are interested in that transfer, and we continue those conversations. With respect to home ownership assistance programs like these ones, we haven't heard that much input from Indigenous governments, to my knowledge anyways, of wanting to take on that aspect, but we have seen some really innovative work done by Indigenous governments on home ownership that we're certainly watching. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep it short. I think it's good that the Minister in Housing and MT has made this a priority. I've certainly heard a lot about the importance of home ownership from my colleagues in the past few years, and trying to move away from being dependent on a public housing system. And so I think it's an important theme. I certainly don't have the answers, but I'm glad that this is a priority topic that the Minister is engaged in. So I'll leave it there. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I see no. Oh, Member from Mafway.
Okay. Thank you. Seniors aging in place, retrofits and repairs. So I just wanted to ask the Minister for the last fiscal year, is this fund 1.6, was it used up to date? Like, did we use it to the capacity? Or did, when did this program ran out? Because I know that I've been getting a lot of phone calls or talk to elders that they were approved, but they have to wait until the next fiscal year. So do they need to do an application? Do they need to do another application even though they were approved within the last fiscal year and they realize, okay, they have no more funds available?
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I find this again throughout the Northwest Territories where sometimes we have, we issue RFPs and they're delayed depending on the contractor or the contractor's schedule or who's available with contractors and local community to do the work. So sometimes things are delayed. One thing we are finding, especially in the Clecho region and also in the Gwich'in settlement area, is working with our MOU with the Indigenous government. We have a conversation, say, this is delayed. Could your development corporation take this on to get this seniors home repair completed? Those kind of conversations are happening at the regional level. In terms of the funding is set aside once they're approved and they receive notification that they have been approved. It's just usually finding the contractor to do the work. So in terms of a reapplication, I think that they would contact the district and the district would just affirm that, yes, we're just waiting on quotes or we're waiting on a response with the request for proposal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Mafway.
Okay. Thank you. So they don't have to redo the applications and just move forward. Okay, that's good then, because in the past, elders were getting tired. They were like upset because they have district office going into their house, invading their space, asking them same old questions again and taking pictures, and it's like they're not getting anywhere. So because of that, a lot of elders said, no, don't come in my house because I know I'm not going to get approved. So that was the attitude at that time, because it's just that the policy wasn't, friendly, and it didn't work for some of the people. So it's good then, they don't have to redo the application. And then, so when you ask your partner to, complete the work, do they does the House NWT reimburse them for the money that they spent to fix up the unit? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's through a contract, so once they've completed the work and there's an inspection after the work is complete, usually the funds are paid out for the contract. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Mafwee.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, we were talking about having, you know, we have a lot of people on the wait list. It's not just the young people, it's the seniors, it's the elders, you know, 65 and over. They're on the wait list for independent living unit. So, and we have two, I know that in Bichico, and there's one in Wati and in Gamity. There's nothing in Wikwiti. So, I just want to know if the minister have been talking to the local leaders over there, possibly doing an independent unit, because it, you know, some of the elders living in their own home, it's good, but it's costly for some of them. And so if we had an independent unit there, I'm sure, you know, like the elders would enjoy their golden years, you know, living, still being independent. And not just over there too, but we do need more independent living unit for senior citizens in Bichico as well. So the wait list, it's from young to the elderly. And it's just, you know, and I know how some of these get in, like, I mean, you know, they shouldn't be on the wait list. They should, you know, because right now some of those are living in an overcrowded house, and they don't have their own place. And I know a lot of them would like to, you know, live on their own. And so that's why I'm asking that. I know in Klitschko region we need more independent units. So is there a plan in place, or that have you did an assessment, or, you know, to see regarding the needs? So is there a plan in place that, you know, that Housing WT is going to build more independent unit for senior citizens in Klitschko region? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Chair. With the territorial housing needs assessment that's going to be released tomorrow, one thing it does is it provides like a community profile for each community in the appendices of the document. So it just gives a clear indication, because every community is different in terms of needs. And then looking at housing in WT, we do have a 20-year infrastructure plan that shows the growth of housing within community for each community across the north, and it's usually based on wait list, condition of the units within the community, the ages of the residents within the community, so it provides more demographics, unit condition rating, wait list, condition of unit. Like these are all important. What's that word called? It's just important criteria that we add to the 20-year infrastructure plan. But again, I think with the communities themselves, this territorial housing needs assessment will provide a really good profile for each community and confirm the need across the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll go back to the member from Mafwee.
I know my colleague talked about the home purchase program, so and I know that in Klitschko region, you know, it's really, really greatly needed, because like I said, you know, there's a house that's been on the market for 3 years, no market value, so young people can take advantage of it, and living in small communities, you can't save. So how can you save? You know, because everything is expensive, fuel, utility bills, groceries. So there's no, you know, there's no room to save. And if that was possible, I'm sure a lot of our young people would, you know, buy. But it's just that it's a down payment. Usually holds them back. And so I know they will benefit from the home purchase program or the down payment program in the Clutha communities. And even though where there's no market, like maybe Wigwati, somebody would like to build a house, but it's just that you're taking your chance, you're taking risks, So, but it's needed, and there's nothing in Clutha region, so it's nothing new. I've heard this even prior to 2021, that program was there, and then it's not there anymore. So, and then some of the young people, they bought, but then they took their chance, and just like with one that we are experiencing, it's no buyer. So thank you.
Minister of NWT Housing.
Madam Chair, just to reinforce that Housing NWT will consider applications outside the regional centers for the down payment assistance program, especially those in smaller communities that are interested in purchasing their own house. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to member from Mafui.
One more. This is it's something that I talked about too before, were unsettled estates. There's over 60 people that are living in a house they don't own that house because of the estate. It's not settled, it's not in their name, so they're not the rightful owner. And I, like to settle one of the estates, like it's going to cost a lot of money, sometimes like up to $40,000, so that they legally own that house. So right now, there's a lot of people in my region that are living in a house that's not theirs, but they've been living in it for quite some time, for many years, of the deceased relative, parents, especially parents. So I know they asked about the home repair program. And do they qualify for the home repair program? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of NWT Housing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand with the criteria that it needs to be the homeowner to apply for the home repair program. So part of the criteria is you own the home and it's within municipal boundaries. So I think that's part of the criteria with Housing NWT. And with unsettled estates, I think that's, again, something that could be very difficult to settle within family. And it is costly to do that. So applying for an administrator through the court system to settle the estate is probably the best bet for the family. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to call a break, and we'll continue on with the next section when we get back. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Committee, seeing no further questions for this activity, moving on to housing operations support, starting on page 385. Are there any questions? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got really excited because my last question is about the last page of the business plan, the very last page. So in the entire huge business plan that we have, I know I get excited about weird things, Madam Chair. That would be the evaluation plan for Housing Northwest Territories. I'm specifically interested in the market rental program. It's not going to be in the 26-27, not in the 26-27 year, but in the 27-28 year, and it's noted to be in the initial planning stage. Could the minister please provide some details and substantiation around what that evaluation will be evaluating? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to hear that members are excited about housing because it is so important that we deliver, especially in our business planning items with our mandate and our priorities. I think with the market rental plan, President Aaron Kelly can provide the member with some information related to that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, President Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to reviewing market housing, I would say that we have been looking at our reviews over the next while, in particular because there were some added based on our response to the OAG. So I don't have a specific date for this one, but I can say that we've recently hired an additional staff member in the policy to our policy group who has evaluation background and is doing great things with the evaluations that we have on the go right now. And so I'm positive about when we can get to that one. I just don't have an exact date at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and that's really good news. I'm hopeful that that means that the items that are slated for this upcoming fiscal year, being the emergency repair program evaluation and the homeownership repair program evaluation, are on schedule. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, those are on schedule.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member for Great Slave.
Madam Chair, that is all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. See no further questions. We will not be voting on the activity total. Moving on to non-residential building operations, starting on page 388. Are there any questions? See no further questions. We will not be voting on the activity total. Moving on to the rent subsidy program, starting on page 390. Are there any questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this appears to be a federal subsidy program for people who spend more than 30% of their income on rent. The budget is $2 million. I'm wondering if we can get more details about this. So, for example, is it fully subscribed? Do we get lots of people applying for this federal subsidy? And what happens if more people apply than we have money for? Will the feds pay for more than $2 million if we have lots of people who qualify according to their criteria applying for this benefit program? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. President Kelly will provide more information around the subscription to this program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, President Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is one that last year was undersubscribed, and this year we did a bunch of advertising to try to increase subscription. It did increase it, but it didn't fully increase it to the allocation. We believe that it's because of the small rental market in the NWT, and one of the things that we are going to do is work with ECE, because we believe that there may be some folks, you can't have income assistance and access this benefit, but there may be folks that are accessing IA that could access this one instead. So our next step is to go and work with ECE and continue to put it out there and advertise it to try to get more folks accessing this benefit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to have more information about this program. I had not really heard much about it. And it's good to know, too, that if you're on income assistance, you don't qualify for this program. But yeah, I'll look out for some of the advertising that's out there and let people know that they could be taking advantage of federal dollars instead of territorial income assistance, potentially in some cases. Final question, though. Does the minister happen to know if we did get more applicants than we have money for in this $2 million pot? Have the feds committed to pay for like all eligible applicants that apply, or is there a firm cap at $2 million even if there's more people that are eligible? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of NWT Housing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, this program is undersubscribed, and with the funding pot itself, it's 50-50, so 50% from the federal government and 50% from Housing Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member for Yellowknife North.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. I'll leave it there. That's fine. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, we will not be voting on the activity total. Moving on to unilateral CMHC and other programs, starting on page 392 with an information item on page 394. Are there any questions? Seeing no further questions, we will not be voting on the activity total. Moving on to lease commitments on page 395. Are there any questions? Thank you, committee. Please return to the Housing Northwest Territories summary on page 373. Are there any further questions or comments from the committee? Seeing no further questions, does the committee agree that consideration of Housing Northwest Territories is now complete? Thank you, Minister, and thanks to the witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. What is the wish of committee? Member for Inuvik Bootleg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move the chair rise and report progress. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor, the motion to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
Member from the Decho.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 448-20 brackets 1. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee of the whole be concurred with. Thank you.
Thank you, member from the Decho. Can I have a seconder? Member from here or south. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion carried. Reports on the Committee of the Whole, reports on Committee of the Whole. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Orders of the day, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Wednesday, March 4th, 2026 at 1:30 p.m. Prayer or reflection, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, oral question 1071-20 bracket 1, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, written questions, return to written questions, written question 32-20 bracket 1, 33-20 bracket 1, 34-20 bracket 1, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motions, motion 69-20 bracket 1, notice of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, Bill 3, table document 448-20 bracket 1, report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Wednesday, March 4th, 2026 at 1:30 p.m.